Welcome to the City Council's November 15th regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating in City Council chambers in accordance with public health guidelines for in-person meetings and participating remotely to promote social distancing in this federal, state, and local emergency. For those in virtual attendance, please note that there is a globe icon near the hand feature on your screen. This will allow you to listen and participate in tonight's event in Spanish. If there are any members of the public attending in person at the council chambers who need to access interpretation, we have an interpretation station located on the desk to my right. Over there. Our interpreters this evening are Angela Thielen, Gabriela Zayas, Lorna Silva, and Javier Morone. Thank you for your time and services this evening.
Si hay algún miembro del público que está atendiendo en persona a esta reunión del Consejo que necesite acceso a la interpretación al español, tenemos esta estación aquí para entregarle los receptores. Nuestras intérpretes esta noche son Ángela Thielen, Gabriela Zayas, Lorna Silva y Javier Morrone. Gracias por su tiempo y por los servicios que se nos prestan esta noche.
Hi, I'm Mayor Betsy Nash. I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present. Vice Mayor Jen Willison, City Council members Drew Combs, Ray Mueller, and Cecilia Taylor. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Herron. City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. And again, echoing a welcome to our November 15th regular City Council meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on any of tonight's agenda items, for those of you attending in person, there are speaker cards on the back table. Ask that you complete one of those and you can bring it up to my desk. For members of the public that are participating virtually, once the mayor calls for public comment on the item you wish to provide comment on, we ask that you engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9 at that time. That concludes my introductions. Mayor Nash.
Thank you. Agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any requests from city council members under city council member reports. Staff will be providing an update on consent calendar item F3. Does the City Council wish to pull or modify any agenda item? Public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. I will call for public comment at the appropriate time for members of the public to address the City Council on any item under agenda sections, presentation and proclamations, consent calendar, public hearing, information items. City Clerk Herron, please call for general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on agenda item D, which is general public comment for items not on tonight's agenda, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9. If you're participating in person, you can complete a speaker card and deliver it to my desk at this time. And our first speaker will be Shani Padel.
Hi, my name is Shani Podell. I'm here to speak about the PRC's decision to move forward with pickleball expansion. Just a little bit about me. I've been a resident of Menlo Park for 15 years. I went to Peninsula School, so this has really kind of been my backyard. I have 2 kids at Hillview, 6th grade and 8th grade. I play tennis, I play pickleball, I do both a couple nights a week. I have really great friend groups I play with, and I love them all. I'm also a volunteer coach for the Hillview tennis team, so that's also near and dear to my heart. I will say lately, it's been a little weird because with pickleball and tennis kind of fighting, I definitely feel like I'm stuck in the middle. But when it comes down to it, if it's down to my kids and my kids, not only my kids who play tennis, right? Like my team, but my son plays for the team too. So it is really important to me. Hillview really needs these courts for tennis. So right now, I just kind of listed out what our needs are, but basically we need at least 2 courts, if not more, for practice. This year we had, like upwards of 70 kids. It's no cut, right? So anyone can come. We had over 20 beginners, some of whom had never touched a racket before. We split them up into 3 groups, but even with that, you can imagine what it's like having more than 20 kids on 2 tennis courts at once, 3 days a week. It was tough. So having more courts would definitely help, because then hopefully the kids can practice, and practice some games and stuff and get out there. It was just really difficult to do with 2. So when the PRC said that they're actually going to reduce the courts, I was really upset. Not only because we can't host matches, we have to have 4 courts to host matches. And there's already a bunch of teams who don't have courts. So if we were to do that, it would really impact our ability to have matches, especially for like the junior varsity and beginner teams who don't get as many matches as, say, our top 20 players do. One of the things that came up in the PRC is they said, we'll have these dual use courts, and then you can, convert them back to tennis during tennis season. The problem is that this idea of dual use doesn't necessarily hold water with the way that they want to convert Nealon Court 1 and 2. So this is actually what it looks like. So what you see there in the picture, the one on the far left is what Mitchell Park looks like. And that's what they're actually proposing that they do on Nealon Court 1 and 2. So I was standing in the alley where most of our kids play doubles. That's where they would serve from. And that's basically what they would see. In the middle is actually Nealon Court 5 right now, with a close-up of what the striping looks like. So, I can't play on those courts. I can't figure out what line is what when the ball's flying. How are our beginners who have never touched a racket? And by the way, the whole idea is it's supposed to be an equitable sport, right? Anybody, whether you've ever had tennis or not, you can come play. Nobody can play on courts like that. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just pointing out the reality. It's not dual use. I've seen better examples of dual use like this. This is Highlands Park in San Carlos. They have 2 courts, 2 pickleball courts on each court. They implemented a reservation system for residents. They, they use paint that doesn't stand out so much that it's difficult to tell the difference between the pickleball and the tennis. I think they did a pretty good job. I don't know why that wasn't considered here in Menlo as one of the options, but I don't feel like the PRC did their due diligence in terms of looking for other solutions besides just taking over Court 1 and Court 2. The other thing that the PRC did that I didn't appreciate is that they don't have a plan for taking away the lines, the pickleball lines that are on Court 5 right now, which basically means we're down to 2 courts because you can't play on it like that. So that's not really like returning it back to tennis. We can keep going. So some alternatives, because, I'm not here to talk about problems. I'm here to talk about solutions. So number 1, there's a basketball court at Burgess that's not used very much. I know people loiter there, but it actually has a great hard court, like hardscape that's similar to tennis. And I've measured it all out, and you could convert that to pickleball right now. It's fenced on 3 sides. It's an awesome short-term solution that doesn't take away tennis courts. Additionally, what I saw in San Carlos is Arriaga, we could do the same thing here, but they have gym hours. And I think we could do the same thing inside the gym. It's cold. I'd like to play pickleball inside, actually, because sometimes I can't feel my fingers. Expanding at Kelly is another option. We could convert both courts. I know that some people have expressed that they don't want to go to Kelly, but it is in a good location where the sound won't carry to neighbors and residents. And so I don't think it's such a bad idea. And there's other options here that I've, pointed out for you guys, beyond just kind of like what we could do from different courts or different locations or whatever it is. There's also operational options that we could consider, right? Like only Menlo Park residents during, during peak hours. Or, we pay for keys, right? The tennis people pay for keys. Maybe the pickleball people could do that too. And I say that but obviously that's me too. I don't know if I pay twice. If I did, I wouldn't care. And then finally, some sort of reservation system. But one of the things that's bothering me is as I've dug into this, over 50% of the pickleball players that are playing at Nealon aren't Menlo Park residents. And that really bothers me because if we're talking about taking resources away from my kids to give to people who don't live here, I'm not okay with that. Especially in the short term, if we want to go ahead and build a pickleball facility that people can come to and it's a destination, great. But that is not where we're at right now in Menlo Park. And I just don't think that that's right. And I know that people are coming from as far as Half Moon Bay. I mean, it's just not right. So I don't see why we would be increasing capacity when we don't really need it. The reason that that's happening is because basically like through social media, there's like this beacon saying, come to Nealon, come to Nealon, come to Nealon. That's why they're coming here. This is, I mean, it's a big deal. I mean, there's a lot more I'd love to share with you, but I can't do that in 2 minutes and 9 seconds. So we can keep going. So this is what I'm proposing. So the red that you see, that square, is actually where the basketball court is. As you can tell, it's right near the train tracks. It's next to the skate park. And best of all, it's away from housing, right? So it's like a fair distance. You can keep going. This is what it could look like. We could do this without removing the hoops. So if we wanted to do something temporary, we could do it like this. And yeah, I think it would work great. The courts would actually be more roomy and provide a better playing experience than what we have at Nealon right now. We could do 4, but then we have to remove the hoop. So that's the one downside of that. But maybe when we redo the basketball, when we have something more permanent for pickle, then that could be different. Another configuration that you could consider, and you can keep going. Okay, fencing is actually really cheap. That's what they use at Mitchell. It's not a big expense. We could do this. We can keep going. Yeah, so the problem is noise, right? I mean, you hear about this all the time. You see it on the news. Just Google pickleball noise, right? Like it's an issue and it travels really far. It's not like tennis and it's a problem. And so when I was trying to figure out what to do, like don't do it at Nealon, do it at Willow, do it somewhere else, I felt like I was just like pushing the problem onto one of my neighbors and making their life hell. Why would I do that to them? It just doesn't feel right. Right? Like what we should be doing is trying to figure out what the best solution is for Menlo Park and implement that. And so that's what got me thinking. You can keep going. Yeah. So I have some quotes from neighbors, and frankly, I mean, the outcry that I've heard, I mean, people are unhappy, especially residents around Nealon. I mean, it's not a good situation right now. I don't know why we would expand it. Keep going. Sorry. One more. But this is what we're talking about. You expand at Nealon, you're talking about more people, more cars, more noise, more everything. All right, well, I didn't get to everything, but that's all I get. My presentation will be with you guys and you can look it over in due time. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for for your comment. And my apologies that I didn't announce this at the start. There was donated time from Leo Slizardi and Prescott Lee for the last speaker. Moving on to our second speaker will be Dana Weintraub.
Thank you very much. Dana Weintraub, also a Menlo Park resident, 341 Clare Place. Also speaking on behalf of the tennis pickle discussion. I'm a pediatrician. I've worked a lot with kids throughout my career on access to sports. And so I was very disappointed when I heard about the potential of more courts being converted to pickle. Tennis is one of the non-cut sports at the high school level. I also saw my children come through the tennis programs in Menlo Park and have the opportunity to play at Menlo Atherton High School. My son was a very competitive player who had an incredible experience at Hillview. I helped coach at Hillview. Again, this is many years ago. They're both in college. But the Hillview tennis program was so incredible because, as Shawnee just alluded to, it's not cut. And so we had all these beginners. I helped coach. It's really incredible to see having courts in the different neighborhoods. I was just at Hillview, but for kids that are at La Entrada also, they have the courts right there. So kids can ride their bicycles to their neighborhood courts and be able to play outside of the actual time that they have Hillview tennis. So we're talking about year round having access to neighborhood courts. When you get to MA, there's a lot of cut sports and a lot of kids, when we look at our neighborhoods, depending on where you grow up, you have a lot of access to play sports outside of high school. And those competitive teams are often going to be filled with those kids that had those opportunities to play competitive sports outside of school. Tennis, track and field, I think is also non-cut. These are some of the sports that anyone can go out for. And I really enjoyed seeing kids from all neighborhoods in Menlo Park and the Ravenswood district being able to play on the MA tennis team. Having public courts is really essential for kids to have that opportunity to play. So I really hope that when we look at solutions, we're not taking away from tennis to provide more pickleball courts. And I'll close my comments there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker will be Eric Dunn, followed by Bronwyn Alexander.
Hello, my name's Eric Dunn. I live at 560 University Drive, right near downtown. So very close to the courts in question. I am also talking about pickleball. So when I heard that they were planning on expanding pickleball, I was immediately interested because I hear pickleball at all hours of the day. I live right next to the courts. It's very loud. I basically can't have my windows open without just constantly being bombarded by it. I work from home, so I can't really just enjoy peace and quiet in my own house. I'm not trying to get pickleball to go away. The idea of expanding it blows my mind because it's already something that I'm not a huge fan of. And as well, I do like to play tennis. So knowing that not only would we be expanding pickleball, we'd be decreasing the amount of tennis courts available, which is already something that I try to go play tennis, and most of the times the courts are taken up as is. So having less courts and more sound doesn't really make sense to me. My comment's pretty short. I'll keep it pretty sweet, but I think you get my idea. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Bronwyn Alexander, and this will be the final call for general public comment for items not on tonight's agenda.
Hi, good evening. Bronwyn Alexander. I live in Bellhaven. And I do live under a rock. I have no idea what pickleball is. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm talking about one particular traffic light that affects anybody who lives in the Bellhaven neighborhood who needs to get to Bayfront Expressway. And this is a traffic light that as you go down Chilco into what I affectionately or somewhat, I don't know, call Facebook Landia, there's a traffic light, which is always set for pedestrians. It doesn't matter what time of day it is or what time of night. It is always set for pedestrians, meaning that the through traffic is always stopped and the zero pedestrians in the area working at Facebook, it's always green for them to go. And it seems like a small little thing, but twice a day I have to travel down that road. And it's affected my morning and evening commute by sometimes minutes in the day, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it's a little bit of an irritation. Traffic in our neighborhood is already bad enough. That was one nice, easy way to get in and out of our neighborhood, which nobody really used except for people who lived there. And now we're always being stopped, waiting for Facebook traffic that's not there until we trigger it, and then we wait and wait and wait and wait, and then it will turn green and we can go. I've seen people now this morning, actually, guy behind me didn't want to wait and just zoomed into the opposite lane, went around us and continued on through the red light because there was no reason for it to be red at 10 minutes to 7 in the morning when there were no pedestrians, no bicycles, and no little shuttle buses. I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We have a virtual hand raised. Our next speaker will be Mark Bryman.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Terrific. Thank you. Yes, my name is Mark Bryman. I'm a resident in the Linfield Oaks neighborhood. We've been there since about 2008. And I first want to thank the council for your great service and really appreciate your volunteer work on this. I'd like to speak to the pickleball situation and agree that it's something that really needs to be considered. I think, look, the tsunami of pickleball is among us. There's no question of that. It's a national phenomenon. Expansion is something we should strongly consider, but I think the where and the how is an important thing to consider. Many of the pickleballers have said that it all needs to be in one particular place and it has to be Neelon. We've talked about, or we've heard why the expansion at Neelon doesn't make a lot of sense, and how the kids at Hillview, the tennis kids, are suffering. I think that Shawnee's proposal to expand beyond Neelon to Burgess, which is also a very central location, temporarily is probably a very good one. I'd also like to think that on a permanent, longer term basis, that we can think about actually dedicating pickleball courts, in future sort of building at Burgess or Willow or wherever it may be, so that we're not taking away from tennis, but we're increasing the ability for the Menlo Park residents to recreate. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be City Council Member Mueller.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
I was asked to make this public comment on behalf of the county. On Saturdays, December 3rd, the San Mateo County, along with law enforcement departments from Redwood City and Belmont and the city of San Carlos and Citizens for San Mateo County Gun Buyback will be sponsoring
Excuse me,
an
Ray?
anonymous gun buy.
Excuse
Yes?
me, Ray. Could you start over?
Yeah.
And perhaps we're having trouble hearing you in the council chambers.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Could you speak a little bit more loudly?
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Somewhat?
Hello? I don't know why. I'm not sure why.
Okay, let's
Can,
give it a
can
try.
you hear
Thank
me
you.
now?
As someone who's listening at home, I just say I can hear you fine, Ray. So maybe it's just the council chambers where this is an issue.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to go through it and then we'll try to make do later on in the meeting. So on Saturday, December 3rd, San Mateo County, along with law enforcement departments from Redwood City and Belmont and the city of San Carlos and Citizens for San Mateo County Gun Buyback will be sponsoring an anonymous gun buyback. The event will be held at 1000 Skyway Road in San Carlos. The buyback hours will be from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Attendees must transport their firearms unloaded in the trunk of their vehicles. $50 will be paid for non-functioning firearms, $100 will be paid for handguns and rifles, and $200 for assault weapons and ghost guns as classified by the state of California. And again, that event will be held at 1000 Skyway Road in San Carlos, and it's an anonymous buyback from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. City Clerk Heron, do we have any public comments on item E1 presentation from Senator Josh Becker?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item E1, our presentation from Senator Josh Becker, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9. If participating in the chambers, you can complete a speaker card and return it to my desk. And our first speaker will be Diane Bailey.
Good evening, Mayor Nash and council members and staff. My name's Diane Bailey. I'm with Menlo Spark, a nonprofit community climate action group. And I just wanted to express my sincere gratitude to Senator Becker and his staff for this very generous $4.5 million allocation from the state to support the City of Menlo Park's citywide electrification initiative. It's a big initiative, and this funding will not only go a long way in helping the city meet its climate goals, it will also really help community members transition off methane gas use for safer and healthier homes. We've worked closely with Senator Becker and his staff the past few years, discussing how exactly we can help provide urgently needed cooling during the more frequent heat waves that we've been experiencing due to climate change. We've spoken about how to support homes and businesses making the transition from methane gas heating and appliances to clean electric models. And as we learn more about the health hazards of methane gas, that gas appliances leak all the time, even when they're off, that methane gas contains toxic and cancer-causing chemicals like benzene, that the pollution created when methane gas is burned inside our homes can rival smog levels that would exceed health-based standards if measured outdoors. As we all collectively learn about these hazards of gas, the urgency of helping families transition off gas has become ever more important. We believe it's essential that funding be made available to help low-income households replace their old gas appliances with clean electric ones. We initially requested this funding, Menlo Spark did, to assist low-income homes in Belhaven specifically, with the idea that the home upgrades will ultimately save families money and improve community resilience. For example, many homes in Belhaven currently do not have air conditioning. When we replace old gas furnaces with electric heat pumps, these new devices provide both heating and cooling. And this is a modern, efficient technology that can fit easily within any home. We're so grateful not only to Senator Becker for this funding, but also to the City of Menlo Park, which has shown great leadership in phasing out fossil fuel use. In particular, we really appreciate the hard work of staff to put this program together, and we hope that the original intent of the proposal to assist low-income households in Belhaven, that will remain the focal point of the program. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is a virtual speaker. Oh, looks like you might have put your hand down. I'm looking for Dina Abarca. Did you have a comment for item E1? Okay, so then this will be the final call for public comment on our presentation, item number E1. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. I'd now like to introduce Senator Josh Becker to make a presentation. And on behalf of the City Council and the community, we want to welcome you tonight.
Let's put the check there for a moment. Good evening. It's a pleasure to join you. It's always fun to deliver good news, and it's especially better to deliver good news when it comes in the shape of a giant novelty check that represents $4.5 million to the City of Menlo Park. So we're all aware of the dangers of climate change, and it's fitting that right now there's global climate change talks going on, and they always say, think globally, act locally, right? Think globally, act locally. So this is really the ultimate example of this, because we're talking about local impact that we're going to have with this. And we're lucky that smaller cities have been leading the way against climate change. Menlo Park's been on the front lines of this, thanks to this council and organizations like Menlo Spark. Menlo Park has led the way on new construction. But the real question is, what are the existing buildings, right? Most of the work is in existing buildings. And residential and commercial buildings make up nearly 10% of California's carbon emissions, nearly 10%, and 60% of that comes from residential buildings. So that's a massive undertaking. So we think, number one, benefit for the climate if we address this. Number two, it's just a massive investment. It's about $21,000 a home is estimates to decarbonize a home. The estimates are multi-billion dollars just to electrify low-income homes in the Bay Area. So when you look at that, you think that's a massive opportunity for jobs. And I'm very proud that we've been talking about creating good jobs with this legislation, working with our partners in labor to pay prevailing wage, to make these good jobs here locally. And it's a massive number of jobs if you think about all that work to ultimately decarbonize these buildings. What does a decarbonize mean? As Diane Bailey said, we're talking about things like heat pumps. When we moved, my family moved to Menlo Park 25 years ago. We didn't have air conditioning. We didn't really need air conditioning. It got really hot, maybe 7 days a year. And then it became 14 days a year, and then like 30 days a year, oppressively hot. And then we had one unit in my daughter's room, and then another unit downstairs, mobile unit, and then another mobile unit. Well, now we put in a heat pump before this last massive heat wave, and you get not only greenhouse gas-free heating, but we get air conditioning as well. And that's what we're talking about. We talked about the residents of Belhaven, many of whom don't have air conditioning. We didn't need air conditioning. Now with a changing climate, we do. And that's what you get when you put in an all-electric heat pump, you get air conditioning. So we're talking about climate benefits, we're talking about quality of life benefits, and we're talking about good jobs that will come from a massive investment. So this is really a down payment on that. I'll just say that Clean Energy Jobs also support small businesses. Over a quarter of these workers are employed by a business with fewer than 5 employees. So also very helpful to small businesses. And so we hope this is really seed money. I know that Menlo Spark's going out and try to raise money on this to electrification efforts. So we hope this is seed money to create the innovation that's needed to meet the climate change. And Menlo Park's already shown that smaller cities can lead the country and be really, and people are looking at this effort. Ithaca, New York is another one that people look at. Now they're looking at Menlo Park saying this is an effort that is incredibly exciting, that we can tackle climate, create these jobs, and for our families, our children, for generations to come, we can tackle these issues and really be leading the region and leading the world. So I'm just grateful to Mayor Nash, the council members, Menlo Spark, our friends in labor, all who have been working hard on this, and just really glad to be able to present this check. And maybe Mayor Nash will come down and join me for a presentation. Let's all cancel. Yeah, let's do it. Well, thank you to all of you. This is really super exciting. Yeah. Okay.
Senator Becker, thank you so much. Consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the city council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a city council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Karen, please provide an update on item F3, adopt a resolution approving the 2023 City Council regular meeting schedule.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. Did want to just provide just some information that was in the staff report and just bring it to the city council for consideration. Pre-2020, the city council had the option to schedule a summer break. Staff's proposed summer break would host one regular meeting, July 12th, and one on August 22nd. And that would result in canceling the July 25th and August 8th meetings. That would mean the city council would have no meetings from July 12th through August 21st. The city council could also consider canceling the July 25th meeting and rescheduling it to August 15th. And this would result in no city council meetings July 12th through August 14th. The way the calendar, I believe, is currently proposed is having meetings on both the second and fourth Tuesdays of both July and August. And that concludes my update for this item.
Thank you. Are there any city council discussions or questions on the consent item? City Clerk Karen, is there to be discussion after, if there's discussion about the public, after public comment or now?
I mean, that's kind of up to the mayor. We can take any clarifying questions now. If you want to have a more broad discussion about an item, we can pull it for discussion, take public comment on that item.
Why don't we go ahead and ask for public comment, please, on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our consent calendar items, F1 related to hybrid meetings for the city council, F2, adopting a resolution to schedule the December 6, 2022 meeting as a regular meeting, F3, which is a resolution adopting the 2023 city council regular meeting schedule, F4, the resolution adoption for a state supplemental local law enforcement grant. F5, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement for the local road safety plan. F6, receive and review the September 30th, 2022 investment portfolio. F7, a resolution related to the California State Library grant. Or F8, a resolution approving the alcoholic beverage control grant. Please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in chambers, you can complete a speaker card in the back of the room and bring it up to my desk. So this will be the final call for public comment on our consent calendar items F1 through F8. And our first speaker will be ELC Zoom. And I'll ask that you state your name for the record and which agenda item you are commenting on.
Yes, could you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hello, my name is Josh Arias. I'm the English pastor at Eternal Life Church there in 965 O'Brien Drive, the corner of Willow and O'Brien, and we are here to support the Willow Village project. We've been part of it since the very beginning, and we believe it's going to be very beneficial for the community.
Okay, I'm going to have you pause just one moment. We haven't got to that item yet. That's item G2.
Sounds good. I
Okay,
apologize. I just
No
logged
problem.
in. I just
No,
logged in.
that's great. I appreciate you checking in, and yeah, we'll get to public comment on that as soon as we hit item G2.
I didn't want to
Thank
miss
you.
out, so thank you.
You bet. Okay, seeing no hands and no further speaker cards on the consent calendar, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. So I was wondering if anyone wants to comment, if the council wants to discuss item F3 and how we would like to proceed with this item. Vice Mayor Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. And first of all, I just want to say good evening to everyone in attendance, both on Zoom and in person. It's so wonderful to see faces live in chambers. So welcome. I think that it's been many years since the council took a summer break. And so not just for the council, but for staff and community members as well. I appreciate the option that staff has presented on the two options. One is for a longer break and one is for a slightly shorter break. I would gravitate towards the slightly shorter break, which was then only canceling one meeting. And so having a meeting on July 11th, and then the next meeting wouldn't be till August 15th. And I think that would provide, that seems to be the time of the summer when most folks are out of town, and would give us sufficient kind of breather without getting in the way of our ability to get the city's work done. So that would be the way I'm leaning, but I'm certainly open to hearing others' thoughts. That's where I'm at.
Councilmember Taylor, any comments?
I'm fine either way. Thank you.
Councilmember Combs? Councilmember Mueller, do you have any, actually, no, I guess it's not relevant. Thank you. Councilmember Combs, do you have any preference?
I don't.
Thank you. And I do not either. I will be missing the July 11th meeting, but that is the way things go. So it sounds like we have, we will just cancel the July 25th. Vice Mayor Willison.
Yeah, I'll move to approve the consent calendar with the modification to the schedule, noting that we're only canceling one of the proposed meetings as discussed.
On July 25th.
We would be canceling the July 25th meeting and having a meeting on August 15th in its place.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I have just one quick comment on F5.
Please go ahead.
If we can add both farmers markets to the list of outreach. Thank you.
Thank you. I will, Councilmember Taylor.
I'll second.
Thank you. City Clerk Karen, could you please state the motion and call for the vote?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Willison and a second by City Council Member Taylor to approve the consent calendar with the update on item F3 to cancel the July 25th and reschedule it to the August 15th, as well as update to item F5, adding both farmers markets to the list on the outreach list. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none.
Excuse me, Mayor, and
please go
if I
ahead.
just coordinate with one thing with the city clerk. Is there any potential in that August timeframe for creating a 2-week gap between meetings? So August 15th and 29th instead of August 15th and 22nd.
Thank you, City Manager Murphy, for bringing that to our attention. So just showing the calendar here for August. If we do reschedule a meeting for August 15th, we would have back-to-back meetings, August 15th and August 27th. So a suggestion could be doing August 15th and August 29th. Is that-
I'm supportive of that.
Okay. So I will amend the motion to August 29th opposed to August 15th. Oh, any further city council question or discussion?
Just for clarity, I think it would be the August 15th and 29th would be the two meetings and not the 22nd.
Correct. So we are canceling July 25th. And we are scheduling August 15th and August 29th only as regular meetings.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, City Manager Murphy. All right, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs,
Yes.
City Council Member Mueller,
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Willison.
Yes.
Mayor Nash,
Yes,
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
thank you. Public hearing. Public hearings are a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. The first public hearing is G1, waive the second reading of an ordinance adopting the 2022 Building Standards Code to include amending Title 12, Buildings and Construction of the Menlo Park Municipal Code to adopt local amendments to the California Building Codes Standards Code. To introduce the item is Assistant Community Development Director Chuck Andrews.
Good evening, Mayor Nash, Vice Mayor Willison, and City Council members. My name is Chuck Andrews, Assistant Community Development Director for Building. Rebecca Lucky, the Sustainability Manager, will be attending remote. We are here tonight to waive the second reading of an ordinance adopting the 2022 Building Standards Code to include amending Title 12 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code to adopt local amendments to the California Building Standards Code. On November 1st, 2022, staff introduced an ordinance adopting the 2022 Building Standards Code with proposed local amendments. The modifications staff outlined in the first reading were read into the record and modified for the second reading. They are located in attachment A. The last item for code adoption is the fire code ratification. The Menlo Park Fire Protection District intends to adopt their updated fire code ordinance November 15th, 2022, tonight. Once the Menlo Park Fire Protection District adopts its ordinance, staff will then present a resolution to the City Council December 6th, ratifying the Menlo Park Fire Protection District's ordinance so that it may go into effect in Menlo Park, January 1st, 2023. That's all I have. Staff is available to answer questions.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions from City Council before we open the public hearing? I would like to open public hearing. City Clerk Karen, could you please call for public comments on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, for any member of the public who wishes to speak on item G1, waive the second reading of an ordinance adopting the 2022 Building Standards Code to include amending Title 12, Buildings and Construction of the Menlo Park Municipal Code to adopt local amendments to the California Standards Code. Please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, please complete a speaker card and bring it to my desk. This will be the final call for public comment on item G1. Seeing no hands or no cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing and open for City Council discussion.
My apologies, Mayor Nash. I did have a hand go up at the last second here.
Let's reopen the public hearing.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
So our speaker is Constance Kirkendall.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight. I just wanted to offer my support for this Willow Village project. I have lived in the Bellhaven community for the past.
Constance, I apologize for the interruption. That is the next item on the agenda.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry.
Perfect, no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no hands and no cards for item G1. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing and open for city council discussion. Is there a motion and a second on the table?
I'll make a motion to approve, Mayor Nash.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. I will second. City Clerk Karen, could you please state the motion and call for the vote?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Taylor, a second by Mayor Nash to waive the second reading and adopt an ordinance amending Title 12 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code to adopt local amendments to the California Building Standards Code. Any further city council questions or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs,
Yes.
City Council Member Mueller, City Council Member Mueller,
Yes.
thank you. City Council Member Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Willison,
Yes.
Mayor Nash,
Yes,
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
thank you. And the last public hearing tonight is G2. Consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve the proposed project with modifications and adoption and adopt a resolution to, one, certify the final environment impact report, final EIR, make the California Environmental Quality Act CEQA findings, including the statement of overriding considerations for significant and unavoidable impacts, and provide the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, MMRP. Two, adopt a resolution to amend the general plan circulation element. Three, adopt resolutions to approve the vesting tentative maps for the proposed project, read the title and waive further reading of ordinances. Two, four, amend the city zoning map, rezone the project site from RMUB and OB to RMUBX and OBX to include the X conditional development overlay and approve the conditional development permit. And five, adopt the development agreement. And six, adopt a resolution to approve the below market BMR housing agreements for the proposed Willow Village Master Plan project located 1350 to 1390 Willow Road, 925 to 1098 Hamilton Avenue, and 1005 to 1275 Hamilton Court, and 1399 and 1401 Willow Road, and 871 to 883 Hamilton Avenue. To introduce the item is Planning Manager Kyle Parada. Welcome.
Thank you.
Mayor Nash, if I could jump in before Mr. Parada officially introduces the item. I am recused from this matter, given that the property owner here, Meta, is also my employer. So yeah, I will be recused from this matter, and given that there are no more substantive council agenda items following this item, I will also not be returning to the meeting after this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Combs.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Nash and members of the City Council. Kyle Parada, Planning Manager. I will introduce the item. I do have a presentation to provide some background on the project. The applicant does have a presentation as well, They'll provide more details on the overall project proposal. So we'll start with staff and then move into the applicant's presentation. All right, and so to set the context here, this is the site context. The project site for the Willow Village Master Plan, it includes two components effectively. So there's the main project site shown here in blue, and then the Hamilton Avenue parcels that are located across Willow Road. And so tonight we'll focus mainly on the main project site, but certainly there will be some items on the Hamilton Avenue parcels as well, since those are part of the overall project. Let's see. Okay. Sorry about that. So the existing site is shown here in red, the red dashed line. The existing site is approximately 60 acres. It's located on the former Menlo Science and Technology Park. It encompasses about 1 million square feet of 20 buildings that are predominantly offices, warehouses, manufacturing. The Hamilton Avenue parcels, there's two sites there. There's the Hamilton Avenue parcel north and south. Those are located to the west of the main project site across Willow Road on either the north and south of Hamilton Avenue. The north is the Bellhaven Shopping Center, and the south includes the Chevron fueling and service station. So the project site is generally bounded by the Dumbarton corridor to the north, the Hetch Hetchy right away to the south, and then to the east is the life sciences district of the Bayfront area. So I do have a slide after this that goes into more detail the project components, and the applicant will talk to the project site plan and design in more detail. But for a little bit of context here, this is the proposed site plan. In the bottom left corner of the project site is item number 3. That's the 3.5 acre publicly accessible park. I'll kind of move around the site to give some context. The building is adjacent to the park along the southern edge are residential buildings. Within the kind of left side between Willow Road and the office campus is the mixed use component. That's where the residential units and the retail non-office commercials located. Labeled in number 2 at the corner of Willow Road and Hamilton is the proposed grocery store. And then on the opposite side of Main Street, on the project site, Hamilton changes to Main Street for purposes of the site plan, is item 7. And 7 is the proposed hotel. It's 193 rooms. Just adjacent to the hotel in label 1 is the town square. And then to the north of that, labeled 6 is the arc of the elevated park. So just a little bit of context for some of the site features that are discussed in the staff report. Labeled 10A and 10B, that's the office or campus district. 10A being the office buildings, and then 10B being the meeting and collaboration space building. So that's located in the kind of north middle part of the site, just below the Dumbarton corridor label here on my site plan. So just a few of the numbers I threw out there. The residential dwelling units are up to 1,730. 312 of those would be below market rate units, and I do have a slide for that later. The commercial retail is up to 200,000 square feet, and then the office or campus district, the total square footage is 1.6 million. There is a 1.25 million square foot of typical office max there, with the balance being the meeting and collaboration event space. And then the hotel is up to 193 rooms. So this proposed project is proposed at the bonus level of development. So that does require community amenities in exchange for that additional density or dwelling units, height, and then intensity or square footage. So the minimum value that the city determined through the appraisal process is 133.3 million. The current proposal that's in the packet of information tonight is 187.67 million approximately. And that proposal includes this list here that's identified in more detail in the staff report, but effectively a grocery store and pharmacy or pharmacy services. There's a component of dining and community entertainment, a bank and or credit union. There's also the elevated park for a portion of its value, 50% of the total value of the elevated park, or total cost of the elevated park, excuse me, as well as the town square and open space, job training program funding, as well as Bayfront area shuttle, additional funding for a feasibility study for Willow Road, which is effectively the ownership being transferred to the city, and then additional funding above and beyond the BMR requirement for affordable housing, and then workforce housing, and then funding for air quality and noise monitoring sensors in the Bellhaven neighborhood. And so the entitlements do include, in addition to the community amenities which are incorporated within the conditional development permit. So that is effectively the governing document for the master plan. So that does enable the project site to be developed comprehensively with multiple zoning districts, would permit the bonus level development in exchange for those community amenities that I had on the previous slide. And then it also would set established establish allowed uses, development regulations, including the design standard modification and other requests, as well as otherwise govern the development of the site in terms of project phasing and other components. So in addition to the conditional development permit, the project does include below market rate housing agreements. And so there is a total of 312 below market rate units within the 1,730 units. That does include the 260 inclusionary requirement for residential units from the city, as well as 52 additional commercial linkage units. So those are the units that are created from the increase in commercial square footage of the project site. So both of those components would be combined into the proposed project BMR agreement. So that's a total of 312 units, with 119 of those as units for age restricted seniors in a standalone senior building. The senior building would be for extremely low and very low seniors. The balance of the site would be for low and moderate for the inclusionary within the residential buildings. And let's see if we can get to the next slide. So in addition to the conditional development permit, I do want to highlight, and the BMR agreement, I do want to highlight the development agreement, which kind of bundles a couple of those things as well as the overall entitlements together. What the development agreement does is it provides additional public benefits in exchange for vested rights. And so those additional benefits are above and beyond those required community amenities of that 133.3 million that was determined through the appraisal process. Some of those highlighted here include the gap payment for the hotel if the hotel is not built, as well as timing for the amenities provisions that's specifically in Exhibit F of the development agreement. There's additional ongoing job training as part of the development agreement, as well as a commitment for stakeholder support for the Dumbarton Rail and Dumbarton Forward projects. And then additionally, there is a below market rate housing true up in the event that construction would be to stop it for a certain period of time. Now, those are kind of the benefits to the city. The applicant would then obtain vested rights and a 10-year term for the DA with a possible 7-year extension provided certain metrics are met. The DA does limit future impact fees for the applicant, as well as allow for that phased development that they're proposing. So staff does need to highlight one revision to the final EIR. So we have an errata to the final EIR that was included in the packet of information for the council this evening. There is an additional errata, and so it's really to correct edits that were included in the mitigation measure transportation 2, but not in strikeout and underline. So on the screen here, in the middle of this paragraph, there is a additional edit or an edit to add in strike or in underline additional text, and then take out strike through. And really, none of this changes the percentage reduction or the number of trips that are required by the mitigation measure, but just clarifies the timing of the TDM plan. This was incorporated into the final EIR, but not shown in strikeout and underline. So this would correct that. So we want to include that in the errata to the EIR this evening. And so the Planning Commission did review the project. It started on its 10/24 meeting and completed its review and recommendation to the City Council on 11/3. And so the Planning Commission did recommend to the City Council to approve the project. It did incorporate 8 recommended modifications. These are discussed in more detail in the staff report. At a high level, though, they relate to incorporating a guarantee of operation for the community amenities, as well as evaluating longer durations of subsidies to ensure the amenities are successful, clarify the minimum required development potential, and modify the timing of delivery of the amenities to be more concurrent with the office build out. provide additional financial analysis of the senior standalone building and a potential reduction in daily trips from the project site, up to 1,000 or parking spaces. Increase of funding for connectivity programs in the area, recommended at 10 million by the Planning Commission, and require the Bayfront area shuttle, which is incorporated into the community amenities, to be an electric vehicle. And so, as identified in the resolutions in the City Council's packet this evening, there are a couple of items on this project. There's resolutions recommended to certify the final EIR, and I won't read them all here for brevity, but effectively to certify the EIR and make the CEQA findings and adopt the mitigation measures, amend the general plan for the circulation element map, approve vesting tentative maps, excuse me, and improve the BMR housing agreements. And then in addition to the resolutions, the recommendation is to adopt ordinances, to rezone the project site, which would allow for the X combining district, modify the map, and then approve the conditional development permit, and then also a separate ordinance to adopt the development agreement. And that concludes staff's introduction. I'd be happy to answer any questions or turn over to the applicant for their presentation.
Thank you. I think we will proceed with the applicant presentation. I do want to say that what we're doing at this point is we're having, first of all, thank you to all the people who've shown up in council chambers for public comment and to hear about this item. And also, I know that we have many people online. What we are doing at this point is having a presentation first from staff, then from the applicant. We will then be taking clarifying questions and then going to public comment. After public comment, we will take a break. After the break, we will go to council discussions and then discuss the Planning Commission recommendations and council actions. So with that, thank you, and we'll hear from the applicant.
Thank you, Mayor Nash, member of the council. I was hoping to, there we go, get the presentation up. See if this works.
Michael, you should have control now.
Perfect. Let's see if this works. All right. There we go. Sorry. Anyway, it's a pleasure to be here. I really appreciate it. I know many of you in the audience at home and certainly on the dais have seen this project for a number of years now. So I'll just do a brief recap. I've got Aaron Ashley from Hart Howerton, our planner, and then to do a brief presentation as well. And then we'll touch on community amenities and then turn it back over to the council. So in recap here, we have about 60 acres of land area, this existing site here. It is an area that is, if this is advancing. Sorry. It's an area that basically is not very sustainable. There's one way in and out. These are old buildings, tilt up kind of industrial buildings from the 60s and 70s. And we don't believe it really contributes to the area. Again, there's only one way in and out. And there's really no access to the community, no open space. So way back when Meta started a process working with the city and citizens and neighbors, certainly there was a Connect Menlo process for a couple of years. Immediately thereafter, Meta, formerly Facebook, submitted plans to take a look at updating these acreages so that they became more entrenched in the community. Over the next several years, 2017 and 18, we engaged in a lot of community engagement, heard feedback from folks, and presented to the Planning Commission. Got a lot of feedback from the Planning Commission, and from that revised a number of times. So I won't bore you with all the details, but we made submittals. We listened to comments from elected and appointed officials, and from members of the community. But we started our EIR, which is, hopefully a culmination of where we are now, in October of 2019. In 2020 and 2021, we came back with revised plans after listening to folks. And in 2022, we've had a number of planning commission meetings, complete street commission meetings, housing commission meetings, and city council meetings around community amenities. And most recently at the planning commission for a couple hearings. So we're excited to be back. What we ended up hearing from the community, if this will advance, sorry, is in these 5+ years, through live polling, extensive bilingual communication and translators. We did a lot of outreach to Spanish speakers and especially, but lots of different languages. And through polling, through resident input, door knockers, large and small group meetings, we heard a lot. And what we heard from folks was a concern about minimizing traffic, improving connections to Belhaven so that there was better connectivity, pedestrian, vehicular, otherwise, reduce the amount of office, increase the amount of housing, add more affordable housing, and we'd had a 3-phase project. Folks had asked to deliver some of the amenities faster and provide more open space. So in 2021, we came out with a new plan that hopefully addressed those. We reduced the office space and employee capacity by over 30%. We created better connectivity with Belhaven, which my colleague Aaron Ashley with Hart-Howerton will kind of detail a little bit more. We increased the amount of affordable housing from 15 to 18%. We accelerated the grocery store to a start in phase 1. We improved the size of Town Square, which is kind of like our kind of Sonoma Town Square within Willow Village. We added more trails and parks. And of course, at the suggestion of the council's community amenities process, we added a community shuttle that can ferry people back and forth between Belhaven and Bayfront and the project. So with that, I would like to introduce Aaron Ashley to discuss some of the placemaking aspects. And placemaking is basically a fancy term for special properties of the project. Why someone would want to live here, why someone would want to recreate here, why someone would want to work or shop here, and some of the special attributes thereof. So with that, I'll turn it over to Aaron.
Thanks, Mike. My name's Aaron Ashley. I'm a partner with Hart-Howerton. Over the last several years, we've been the master planner of Willow Village. We're also the landscape architects of the public realm. We've had a chance to also be the designer of one of the buildings in the center, parcel 3. And we've had a chance just, in numerous public meetings with the community, both on this and the community campus project, which we're also a part of. It's been really just awesome in terms of learning about what people want, what people prioritize, how can we as planners create a place that's really, going to be an integral, enduring part of a community. Sorry, jumpy mouse here. This it's kind of funny when one of the first things you draw becomes one of the last things you show. But I think that this earliest sketch that we had done kind of speaks to the ambition of the project. As Mike said, this 60 acres is really an island today between the rail line, the kind of surrounding uses, the very limited ways in and out. It's really a place for cars. And how can we create a place that is truly an extension of the Belhaven community, an extension of this part of Menlo Park, something that really stitches this larger community together, and in the process links folks to and through this place and to the Bayfront Trail. And so that kind of simple diagram of big bubbles gave rise to, a really kind of awesome integrated planning process with half a dozen architects and landscape architects and engineers. And it's really been sort of a terrific process. It boils down to a series of sort of sub neighborhoods that make up this neighborhood we call Willow Village. Certainly office is a piece of this, the town square area and the residential and retail mixed use area. And kind of tracing its way between those is this, we call it Main Street, but it's effectively the extension of Hamilton Avenue down to O'Brien. And this really becomes the seam that knits these different uses in different areas together in a kind of awesome public way. these master plans that we do, these, from 30,000 feet in space is sometimes kind of hard to read. So we put some words on there. I'll obviously point out some geographic reference points. Willow Road, certainly to our west. Hamilton Avenue, which today intersects Willow Road a bit further north than what's shown here as part of the project. And really as a kind of an improvement to a Caltrans facility, that intersection would be moved south a bit. And the Chevron station would be kind of rebuilt in place in a more efficient format. Here's that main street that really traces its way through the project and links down to O'Brien. The office campus certainly here kind of shown with kind of a central core that really has become an extension of how they've lived for a decade or so across the way, with a new piece, really a place that they call their meeting and collaboration space, but really this is a center of innovation. And that's what it is so cool about a company like this here. And then the mixed use of grocery store, hotel, and retail surrounding a town square and each of these residential buildings, and certainly the park. What is, truly unique here, that workplace is really integrated into residential and mixed uses. We really think about this as the future of work. I get the chance to travel around and talk to a lot of significant employers, and this is the ambition that they have. This is what doesn't exist, and this really is the future, and I think it's why it's so exciting. So if you were standing at the Jack in the Box today, looking across Willow Road, this is certainly not what you would see. But the vision in the future is that this is the grocery store. It's the closest thing to Belhaven. Willow Road in the foreground has been improved. We've improved the turn pockets. We've created really clear, generous crosswalks. We've improved Willow Road with a bike lane. And that piece that, the grocery store that's been such a desire by this community for so long is really front and center, incredibly accessible. We've obviously designed it to be successful. How do you make sure a grocery store is successful? It's certainly integrated into a community. It's easy to get in and out of. It's in the right place. Increasingly, it's a place to grab, not only foods that you take home and prepare, but prepared foods. You could eat it across the street, the town square. It really becomes the headpiece of a retail district that's really focused on local. We don't know who all the tenants are today. We've really imagined, we know there's a pharmacy, we know there's a bank, we know there's a grocery store. We're starting to imagine the kind of tenants that would be really, equally desired by the people who live here, the people who've always lived in this community, and the people who work here. And there's a ton of common ground because it's such an interesting community with so much diversity and of interests and backgrounds. That the retail is certainly kind of a fun thing to talk about as an architect, especially, but the open space is really the chassis of this place. I like to think of it as a kind of a walk in the park, right? So if you woke up in the morning with a dog and a kid and a coffee at Starbucks and you walked over Willow Road on this elevated park, you get to the end, you take a great view over the estuary, you come down on the multi-use path, the dog has fun at the dog park, the kid has fun at the park, you're back into town square and then back home. That's quite a walk. That's more than a mile just within Willow Village. And it's just an awesome experience where the pedestrian is really the focus here. And it's, sure, cars are present, sure, buses are present, but the design of this place is from the standpoint of a person, a kid, a dog, and that's super special. One of the most fun parts of the project was really the community park. And, we had all this live polling. We don't know what we're doing. So you start out the process and it's like, oh, sure, we'll put a ball field. Well, wow, what incredible community organization that said, hey, we don't need a ball field. What we need is a really great park that becomes this point of intersection of folks who live here and folks who want to visit. And so this is Willow Road in the foreground with its new bike facility, multiple ways in from Willow, from our Park Street. It's a series of outdoor rooms, this great sloped lawn, this great sort of nature walk, this fun, super cool kids area, and then just lots of places to relax in the shade or go for a stroll. What an awesome part of a community. Town Square is very different. You know, if that park, the community park is really soft and quiet, I think the Town Square has the chance to be more civic, more fun. You know, this is where the festivals or farm markets would be. This is where there might be a great big holiday event. But if you go over on a Tuesday, there's a cafe and a comfortable place to sit. And we can imagine on weekends it being really exciting. You know, it's not necessarily in the office world or the residential world. It's really, again, this kind of truly civic place. And the elevated park is simply an extension of that. There's this, you know, super cool, there's a couple like this in the world, right? It's this very unique spot. You can get up. It's a community space. You know, certainly it links Bellhaven to Town Square, to these cool views over the estuary. You can imagine being programmed differently. It's a pumpkin patch at Halloween. It's a great kind of flower walk at Easter. And how do you really imagine this in the future? I think that's part of the engagement with the community as we go forward, because this is really just this, you know, awesome canvas to start with. That as I kind of said before, this is a pedestrian place. We haven't simply taken the footprints of buildings and extruded them up as tall as we can. Here's on our Center Street, a residential building where we're trying to create addresses. This is a place where people live. Where people live has addresses. These addresses meet the street in a very human way. This portion of the building is only 2 stories. It creates a very walkable and inviting environment. At the south end of the property is this seniors building. You know, it's an affordable building focused on seniors. Every unit gets a covered outdoor, protected outdoor space covered from the weather. The ground floor has these wonderful community amenities that are covered from the weather with this great kind of arcade or loggia. And again, it's this kind of fabric of community making where the buildings and the public realm intersect. And then lastly, and I know this is kind of a quick tour, just a note about sustainability. This is a huge focus of Willow Village. I think LEED Gold, I mean, it's probably a term that we hear a lot. The city is, of course, as we've already heard tonight, at the forefront. It's been an adventure for me designing the community campus as an all-electric building, and here we are doing an entire neighborhood that way. But then to take that commitment further into how do you build these buildings? So the office buildings in particular are mass timber. That way of building reduces carbon by more than 50%. This is just a huge commitment, not only to just making a place, but making a place that's smarter and better for the long term. So I know that was quick. I'll flip it back to Mikey as a few more comments to make. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Can I get control of this again? Thank you. Sorry, there's a little bit of a delay here. So we went through a very extensive process with regard to the community amenities. We did a lot of outreach to the community itself. We spent time with the City Council subcommittee. I'm not sure this is working. And had a couple of hearings with the full council to discuss, which kind of amenities were important to the general public. Can you hear me?
We can now, yes.
Okay,
And
sorry.
it says it says waiting for you to control the screen. I'm not sure if there's something you need to accept.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I'm wondering if, there we
Oh,
go.
there it goes.
All right. So, sorry, a little glitch. So we spent we spent a long time talking about amenities with folks. We chatted with the community at large. We chatted with City Council subcommittee, and we had a couple of hearings with the full council and obviously members of the public. What we heard loud and clear was that the full service grocery store is very important. In order to get that, we're committing to a build out of the grocery store and a subsidy for that grocery store. Same thing, build out with various retail services. All of these under the aegis of activating the area, both Willow Village and the broader Bellhaven area, with much needed retail, seem to be very engaging to the general public and certainly very exciting to us. and current and future employees of Meta. Affordable housing seemed to be a very big deal too. So we are working on funding for affordable housing, both with regard to teachers offsite and to having several different types of affordable housing on-site. Aaron mentioned the senior affordable at very low and even extremely low levels of affordability. Hopefully that's a good policy objective. Job training, community entertainment, again, more retail. Aaron mentioned that the parks and open space, which are in excess of those mandated by city codes. And also transportation and kind of data. So, helping the community understand air quality and noise monitoring, helping the community understand the feasibility for working with Caltrans to kind of turn over Willow Road to local communities. And again, more funds for affordable housing over and above. So this is a really extensive process. We were really proud and excited to work with the community and with the city council on this. And I just wanted to point that out. Our kind of closing shot here, I think hopefully points forward a vision for kind of, as Aaron mentioned, a new type of community. One that certainly hosts cars, but allows for equal building with pedestrians, with bicyclists, and allows for a mix of uses here. Again, over the top of this building here, where it says cafe, will be a future Meta office. Off to the left here is a future residential and a retail area in between. So we're very excited about this. And with that, I will conclude my presentation. Again, I want to thank staff again for their huge amount of hard work that they put on this and diligence, and also to the council, because we've been before you many times, and we know that this is a big load on you as well. So thank you very much for everyone for all of your hard work. I'll conclude at that point. There we go.
Thank you so much. Is there anything more from staff at this point?
No, staff has no additional updates this time.
Perfect. Thank you. City Clerk Karen, would you please call for the number of public comments, just so we can get an idea of how many people are in the queue? Thank you. And at this point, first of all, thank you so much to staff and the applicant, and also to our staff here. There's been so much effort put into this project and making it the best project for Menlo Park. And I really, I know we all appreciate all the time and work that has gone into it. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to open up for any clarifying questions from the City Council before we open the public hearing. City Council Member Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I had one clarifying question on slide 6 that Mr. Peralta showed in his presentation, and was wondering if by chance the applicant has something that can possibly be added to it, and that is just completion dates, like the date that the community amenities would be online and ready to use.
Thank you. Is that possible to do at this time before we open the public hearing?
I think revising the slide at this time would be a little difficult.
I know that, okay, the applicant had.
Oh, sure, if the applicant
may
wants
have
to-
some information,
Sure.
but we can also wait till after public comment. Actually, let's go ahead and wait till after public comment at this point. Are there any other clarifying questions? All right. City Clerk Karen, how many speakers do we have?
We have approximately 26 at this time.
26, and that includes speakers. Well, actually, let's go with 2 minutes, please.
Okay.
So I would like to open public hearing now. I will ask that commenters consider providing a statement on whether or not they have any affiliations with Meta, formerly Facebook. This information is not required in order to provide a public comment, but we would appreciate commenters voluntarily providing this information. City Clerk Karen, could you please call for public comments on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, we are opening the floor to public comment for item G2 related to the Willow Village proposed project. For those participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9. If you're participating in person, please go to the back table to complete a speaker card, and you can drop that off at my desk. And our first speaker is Isabel Pardo, followed by Nestor Flores.
Good evening, council members. My name is Isabel Pardo, and I'm here with Local 217. And I'm here in support of the Willow Village project, first and foremost because of the prevailing wage, and secondly because of the one of the amenities with job training. I received job training here in Menlo Park and would be more than grateful to return that favor back in building this project. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Nestor Flores, followed by Sergio Ramirez Herrera.
Hello, good evening. My name is Nestor Flores. I'm a drywaller, lather. I'm sorry, I'm kind of nervous. So I'm a local 9144, and I reside in Menlo Park, Belhaven community. I grew up here in East Palo Alto. So I've seen the increase of the community, how it's changed, and now that I live here, I would like to be part of this project. Less commute, more time with my family. And that way also my son one day, he's proud and say, my dad built that building or that project, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So next is Sergio Ramirez Herrera, followed by Carlos Valdez.
Hi, good night. My name is Sergio Ramirez. So I'm local here. I live here at Menlo Park, and I'm from local 217, carpenter apprentice. And I support this Facebook project because I would like to be able to work close to home and spend more time with my family. And I think it's a really good project. So thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening. I would like for you guys to go on with this project. I believe that every penny that's invested in our neighborhood, it pays out, it multiplies. And we have a beautiful community, and I would like to see it better. And on the way, give us a chance to work locally and live in our tax dollars in our own town. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Brian Shields, followed by Krista Kobiski.
Good evening, Mayor Nash, Vice Mayor Wolfson. Nailed it. And members of the council. My name is Brian Shields. I'm a field representative for Carpenters Local 217. Representing upward of 1,100 members here in San Mateo County. Tonight, I'm here to express wholehearted support for the Willow Village. It'll provide fantastic opportunities for the men and women in our union and the men and women that you see before you. The team at Willow Village has listened to the community for years and gone through many iterations of possible development. One example of the process is that Willow Village team heard from the neighbors of Belhaven and the members of the city concerning the work housing imbalance, which was covered here tonight. They heard that call and made the necessary provisions, the necessary changes. This project also provides an intrinsic value, especially now. As at its conception, the thought of the outrageous inflation and pressing recession were not at the forefront of anyone's mind. But now this is our reality. With the industry involved and the developers' vigilance and caring and listening to the community, the project is poised to provide a great buffer to the rising tide of inflation and recession. I would also like to add that this will be a massive opportunity for working families here in Menlo Park and the surrounding areas. The careers furnished during the build out would provide healthcare to the workers and the families, apprenticeship training, and wages that are livable. These jobs will make the family decision of Turkey in November and the present in December not a question of if, but of which one. This is exactly how to grow grassroots construction workforce here in San Mateo County. Please vote for our future and invest in our community tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Krista Kopsky, followed by Marlene Santoyo.
Awesome. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council in advance of the vote to approve the plans for Willow Village. My name is Krista Kopsky, and I reside at 1470 Rosemary Street in Bellhaven. As a matter of transparency, I also worked at Facebook from 2007 to 2015. For nearly 9 years, I have been fortunate enough to build a vibrant community of neighbors in the Bellhaven community. And living in this dynamic neighborhood has been one of the greatest joys of my life. In the past years, myself and my neighbors have seen tremendous growth, which has been balanced with a focus on livability for our community, and thanks to the investments that Meta continues to make. For 5 years, there has been a remarkable amount of transparency in this process, and it shows in the final proposals we've seen here this evening. I remain thankful for Meta's willingness to listen carefully to the needs of our neighborhood at every step of this process and adjust their plans for the growth in line with the needs of our neighbors. In recent years, we've seen improvements around enhanced pedestrian and green space access, events like the Facebook festivals and accessible farmers markets, as well as Meta-sponsored support for life-saving COVID vaccination clinics, to name just a few. These efforts have enhanced the walkability of our neighborhood and our overall quality of life. And for these investments, I am thankful. The approval of this project will allow Meta to continue making meaningful investments in the Bellhaven neighborhood, providing access to currently difficult to access services for myself and my neighbors, including but not limited to a grocery store, a pharmacy, and investments in much needed affordable housing so that others can continue to live, thrive, and build their families in this remarkable community. Thank you for your time this evening and for your support of this investment in the Bellhaven neighborhood.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Marlene Santoyo, followed by Bart Pantoja.
So, hello, good afternoon. My name is Marlene Santoyo, and I first want to thank the council for and the staff, the translators that are present right now, and also via Zoom. I'm going to read out 10 comments verbatim from Spanish speakers who weren't aware about Willow Village and wanted to be part of the conversation and the decision, but they weren't able to make it here. Each comment will be around 2 minutes, and if I could ask for more time as we have the translators translate each comment after I read them in Spanish. So now I'm going to begin reading the first comment, and the last comment is going to be in English. Hola, mi nombre es Berta García, yo vivo en Menlo Park. Me gustaría saber más sobre todo lo que está pasando en mi ciudad y hasta dónde vamos a llegar con toda la comunidad de Menlo Park, más todos los que nos está afectando, la renta baja de bajos ingresos. Necesitamos mejores empleos.
Hello, my name is Berta B. Garcia V. I live in Menlo Park. I would like to know more about everything that is happening in my city and how far are we going to go with all this in the community of Menlo Park. Furthermore, I want to know more about all the things that are affecting us. We need rents for low-income workers, and we need better employments.
Comentario 2. Hola, mi nombre es Guillermo Nicolás. Vivo en 1301 Sevier Avenue, Menlo Park. Los puntos son no cortar los árboles, la renta no alzar, hacer apartamentos para bajo renta, el 25% de viviendas no menos de que deben construir.
Comment number 2. Hi, my name is Guillermo Nicolas. I live in 1301 Sevier Avenue, Menlo Park in Bellhaven. A, do not cut down the trees. B, do not increase the rent. C, make more low-income rent apartments. D, you should build no less than 25% of housing for low-income rent.
Comentario número 3, René Joaquín. Mi opinión es queremos más atención en las calles con los vecinos, con erros y otras cosas. Es que hagan más atención en la limpieza de las calles, no cortar árboles, mantenimiento, sin quedarnos las calles pavimentadas. Soy René Joaquín, 1301 Sevier Avenue, Menlo Park.
Comment number 2, Rene Joaquin. My opinion is that we want to have more attention paid to the streets because there are neighbors that have dogs and other kinds of things. We need more attention for cleaning the streets. Do not cut the trees. Better maintenance. We do want paved streets. My name is Rene Joaquin, 1301 Sevier Avenue, Menlo Park.
Comentario número 4. Hola, mi nombre es Margarita y mi esposo se llama René. Nosotros vivimos en 1301 Sevier, Menlo Park, en el vecindario de Bellhaven. Y estamos preocupados de que se van a cortar los árboles. El proyecto está bien y necesitamos que bajen la renta, que nos dejen la estación de gas.
Comment number 4. Hi, my name is Margarita and my husband is Renee. We live in 1301 Sevier in Menlo Park in the Bellhaven neighborhood. I'm worried about the cutting of trees. Your project is good, but we need lower rent. Do not destroy the gas station. Margarita and René Joaquín.
Comentario número 5. Hola, mi nombre es Lucía Soto y vivo en la comunidad de Bellhaven. Estuvimos en una reunión donde se discutió todo el proyecto del 1115 para diagonal que no los gustaría que pasaran en Menlo Park. Me gustaría que sería una tienda grande, eficiente para la comunidad. No queremos una tienda pequeña. Otro punto. Nos queremos que quiten la gasolinera, busquen otro camino. Si este proyecto se va a hacer, queremos que arreglen todas las acercas de la comunidad de Bellhaven. Están muy feas, necesitamos arreglos. Queremos que no queremos que corten tantos árboles, queremos que planten más. Que también esa escuela de Bellhaven está muy vieja y que la hagan nueva. Otro punto, que hagan el mantenimiento en Hamilton Park, está muy destruido. Y último punto, y que hagan la mejor para bajar la polución en esta área.
Comment number 5. Hello, my name is Lucia Soto and I live in the community of Bellhaven. We were at a meeting where it was discussed, the whole project on the 15th of November to dialogue. And we would like to see what's going to happen in Menlo Park. Point A, we would like to have a bigger store that is efficient for the community. We do not want small markets. B, we do not want the gas station to be removed. Find another way. C, if this project is to happen, we want the sidewalks to be fixed in the community of Bellhaven. They are very ugly. They need to be repaired. D, I do not want so many trees to be cut down. I want more to be planted. E, also, the school there in Bellhaven is very old and we need a new one. F, Keep the maintenance of Hamilton Park. It is very unattended. G, and do something better to decrease pollution in this area.
Comentario número 6. Hola, mi nombre es Ignacia García y vivo en el vecindario de Bellhaven más de 20 años. Y hace unos años hasta la fecha ha visto mucha construcción, mucha contaminación y también demasiado tráfico que hace que lleguemos muy tarde tanto a los trabajos como regreso a la casa. La ciudad está muy invadido de tráfico. Ustedes están construyendo y las viviendas están subiendo y nada de buenos beneficios nos ha traído a nuestra vida. Hacer mejores caminos para las de bicicletas y las escuelas. No se preocupan por tener seguridad para los niños.
Comment number 6. Hello, my name is Ignacia Garcia, and I have been living in the Bellhaven neighborhood for over 20 years. Starting a few years ago up to today, there's been a lot of construction, a lot of pollution, and also a lot of traffic, which makes us late to work and also late when we go back home. The city is invaded with traffic. You are building, but the rent is increasing. There's nothing good or of benefit that this is bringing into our lives. We need to focus on better roads for the bicycles, and we need to focus on schools. You are not worrying about the safety of our children.
Comentario número 7. Mi nombre es Eugene Valencia y vivo en 1125 Willow Road, East Menlo Park. Este proyecto de Willow Village afectará con mucho tráfico y mucha contaminación por toda la construcción. El polvo, los ruidos, los árboles que removerán, toda la vida sobre más cara, porque llegarán gente de diferentes estatus sociales con más dinero, lo que aumentará el costo de vivienda en la área de East Menlo Park. La vivienda es muy cara. Los que desarrollan los proyectos de Willow Village deberían de construir el 25% de viviendas de bajos ingresos para las personas que no tenemos el sueldo de una persona que trabaja en tecnología. Tendrían que proporcionar lugares comunitarios para hacer reuniones de la comunidad y que ahora no contamos con ningún lugar comunitario. También les pido que si remueven árboles, por cada árbol que remuevan, planten más, porque los árboles ayudan a purificar el aire.
Comment number 7. My name is Eugenia Valencia, and I live in 1125 Willow Road, East Menlo Park. This project of Willow Village will affect us because there's too much traffic, too much pollution because of the construction. There's dust, there's noise. Trees are to be cut, and life will become more expensive because people, different social status will arrive that make more money. This will increase the cost of life in the area of East Menlo Park because units will be more expensive. The developers of Willow Village should build 25% of units for low-income workers. And because we do not have the salaries of a person that works in technology, they need to provide also places for community meetings because currently we don't have a community center. So if I ask you that if you cut trees down, for each tree that you cut, please plant some more because trees help to purify the air.
Comentario número 8. Mi nombre es Daniel García, vivo en East Palo Alto. Somos afectados por el tráfico para movernos. Punto primero, las escuelas no son suficientes. Punto 2, comercios de mercados no tenemos. Punto 3, contaminación por estar en el puente cerca de Dumbarton. Punto 4, es el punto más importante que es que 30% de las viviendas para bajos ingresos, oportunidad para todos. Punto 5, 100% queremos seguridad en las calles.
Comment number 8. My name is Daniel Garcia. I live in East Palo Alto, and we have been affected by the traffic in order for us to move. Point A, we don't have enough schools. Point B, we don't have enough markets. Point C, we see a lot of pollution because we're close to the Dumbarton Bridge. Point D, our number one priority should be 30% of low-income housing and opportunities for all. Point E, we need 100% safety on our streets.
Comentario número 9. Hola, yo soy Petrolina Barrera y vivo en East Palo Alto en Cooley Street. Y en esta calle empezaron a las 3 de las tardes, nos afecta el tráfico que se hace y acaba como hasta las 6 de la tarde. Imagínense con el proyecto que van a hacer en Willow Village, nos afectaría mucho más por los ruidos, el humo, y yo vivo en los límites de East Palo Alto y Menlo Park. Como beneficio de este proyecto, pediría a los que desarrollan el proyecto que pongan una tienda que no sea cara, que sea accesible para todos. Para todas las comunidades ganamos un mínimo de sueldo. Podían traer una tienda como Walmart, ocupamos que pongan centros comunitarios.
Comment number 9. Hello, I am Petronila Barrera, and I live in East Palo Alto on Cooley Street. And traffic starts on that street at 3 p.m. and it ends around 6 p.m. Just imagine this project that you're planning on doing, Willow Village, will affect us even more because of the noises, because of the smoke. I live in the border of East Palo Alto and Menlo Park. As a benefit from this project, I will ask the developers to put a store that is not expensive, that is accessible for us, the community who makes minimum wage. You can put a store like Walmart, and we need community centers also.
Thank you. And the next comment is going to be in English, and it'll be the last comment that I have. It says, starts with, Dear City Council, my name is Denise Reyes Rivera. As a resident of Menlo Park, as a resident of Bellhaven and Menlo Park, I'm in favor of Willow Village project and in favor of the progress. But I would like to know before the approval, the clarification of many rumors among the Willow Village development for the approval of the project, such as the study of reopening of the train, traffic noise, and other transportation issues, the train station at the Meta site on Hamilton Avenue between Henderson Avenue and Whittemere Avenue, where Mount Olive Church of God is located. My concern at this point, there are so many people in Bellhaven displaced by the COVID condition nowadays. And with the firing of more than 11,000 employees from Facebook and other tech companies, what will happen in the near future? Once the city council will approve it, how much change it will be after this turmoil situation we are living in? I would like to wait until more people will be informed and be able to participate. Sincerely, Denise Reyes Riveras. Thank you.
Thank you for providing all of those comments. Our next speaker is Bart Pantoja, followed by Lauren Fitzgerald.
Good evening. My name is Bart Pantoja. I'm the Business Manager, Secretary Treasurer of the San Mateo County Building and Construction Trades Council. The Building Trades Council represents 16,000 men and women working in and around San Mateo, in San Mateo County and living. You know, one thing I was watching in the presentation was the job training. And the job training is just the beginning. Trade apprenticeship is a pathway to a career in construction. The job training is that door to apprenticeship, whether with the carpenters or many of the other construction affiliates that have apprenticeship. Apprenticeship in the nation under the building trades is, well, to put it simply, it trains, the only training bigger than us is the military, basically. So with that, I want to say that Meta has used union construction contractors for many, many developments. And so they are a part of that training. They're a part of that apprenticeship. The building trades looks forward to your approval of this development. And one of the reasons Meta is, one of the big reasons that Meta uses building trades and union contractors is that it's for mutual benefit. They get beautiful buildings, high quality, and then the men and women who work on these projects get livable wages, sustainable income, which includes healthcare. You know, and the world we live in today, you know, healthcare not just for themselves, but for their families. You know, that's one thing that many of these gentlemen behind me have been able to provide for their families, and I was able to provide for mine in construction. You know, I went to work in my job working for a union contractor. Well, you know, kept my kids' teeth in good order and kept them going to the doctor. So thank you for giving this time to speak.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Lauren Fitzgerald, followed by Jenny Michelle.
Good evening, Mayor Nash, Vice Mayor Willison, and Council. My name is Lauren Fitzgerald, and I am in strong support of tonight's Willow Village project. The project reimagines the current site and transforms it into a community center point. It is complete with a grocery store, pharmacy services, and over 300 affordable homes. The project is also sustainable and built with union labor. To have a project of this size with so many community benefits is huge for Menlo Park, and it would be extremely unfortunate to pass up now. I am asking you to vote in support of Willow Village's approval tonight to reduce traffic, increase street safety and sustainability, and provide more services to our residents and ensure that community thrives here in Menlo Park. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Jenny Michelle, followed by Diane Bailey.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, members of the public and neighbors. My name is Jenny Michelle from the Coleman Place neighborhood block. I'm a recovering homeless teacher and have lived on Willow Road for about 15 years. By trade, I'm a commercial property manager. So I'm happy to see some of my guys here tonight. I just wanted to quickly point out that many of the concerns that I've heard voiced regarding the new building design, being in compliant for like bird mitigation and whatnot, would be addressed with LEED Gold certification, which is something that's done annually. Also, the TDM that would be presented annually would also help manage the to's and froms and incentivizing the applicant to get the users to reduce the single-use traffic. And I do believe that the office product is a bit overstated, but that could be converted into other use over time as the market changes based on the current statutes and forecasted statutes that are on the horizon. Overall, generally, I am concerned though about the displacement of current residents. That is just something that we are all in the midst of dealing with. How are we going to stop the displacement of our current residents and keep guys like who are behind me here, living here? And growing their families, right? Really becoming more invested stakeholders. So I was thinking about what are other pathways that we can do to increase the longevity of the residents. But this is really the future. I appreciate the timeline that the applicant has moved up the residential product as well as the grocery. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is was Diane Bailey. Not sure if looks like Diane may have dropped off, so I will return if that hand goes back up. So our next speaker is Karen Eshu, followed by Romaine Tenaire.
Hi, my name is Karen Eshu. I am the head of school at Mid-Peninsula High School at 1340 Willow Road. And I'm here tonight to once again voice my enthusiastic support for the Willow Village project. We're a proud neighbor to Meta and all of the folks in the Belhaven neighborhood. We've been in our building since the year 2000. And we serve a lot of students from the Bellhaven neighborhood, and we are thrilled with what this project is going to do for our neighborhood. It's about time, actually, that this neighborhood got its grocery store and the other amenities that are going to come with this project. We've really appreciated the partnership with the folks at Signature, particularly Eric Morley, who's been a really wonderful partner to us, kept us informed, worked with us. And we're thrilled to see this project get approval tonight, hopefully, and can't wait to see what this does for our neighborhood of Bellhaven. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Romain Tenere, followed by Ali Sapperman.
Hi, good evening, council and city staff. Romain Tenere, East Palo Alto residents, no affiliation with Meta. As a Cavanaugh East Palo Alto neighbor resident, I support the Willow Village Development Mixed-Use Project, which has been refined over the last couple of years with many community inputs. However, with the multiple planned ongoing Menlo Park development project along O'Brien and Adams, including the connection with Willow Village, I urge the Menlo Park City Council to request and put on the city agenda a study session on staff reports at a future relevant commission or council meeting to review and discuss the comprehensive detailed plan and execution timeline for the O'Brien, Adams, Cavanaugh, Willow University area mitigations and improvements that are synergistic with this project and East Palo Alto. Ahead of this city council and previous commission meetings for at least the last 10 plus years, I brought up and submitted various comments, suggestions that have not yet been answered. For example, how can we better integrate and redevelop HHG right of way with the surrounding property owners for community benefits? How and when will Menlo Park finally construct about 200 feet of missing sidewalks on the Cavanaugh Way Menlo Park side to connect to the existing one in East Palo Alto, or maybe relinquish the full street ownership to East Palo Alto to make these improvements? I look forward to the city of Menlo Park and the city of East Palo Alto to closely working together with the residents and starting as soon as possible on traffic and parking improvements and traffic calming measures to discourage Cavanaugh cut-through traffic and speeding and improve walkability and bicycling. I hope that this project will also help transform the O'Brien Business Park area in a more lively and pedestrian bicycle-friendly community district, integrating in its surrounding neighborhoods. Again, I support the approval of Willow Village project, and thank you very much in advance for your support of this exciting live, work, play development east of US 101. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Ali Sapperman, followed by Kathleen.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Ali Saperman, and I'm here on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition, a member-supported nonprofit that advocates for creating more housing for residents of all income levels to help alleviate the Bay Area and California's housing shortage, displacement, and affordability crisis. I'm here to speak tonight in strong support of Willow Village, which the Housing Action Coalition has enthusiastically endorsed. Willow Village has the opportunity to be revolutionary for the city of Menlo Park and the region as a whole. The site exists as an outdated, underutilized community-facing office and warehouse space with surface parking that is not currently serving community needs. If approved, the site will transform into a mixed-use site that connects Bellhaven neighborhood to badly needed amenities and services such as a grocery store, pharmacy services, up to 200,000 square feet of retail, significant public open space, and a town square, as well as a Bellhaven shuttle. It is critical to highlight the city alongside the region are working towards RHNA goals. The Willow Village project delivers more than 300 affordable homes, including very badly needed, very low income units for seniors, which will increase the city's affordable housing stock by 60%. Not only will housing be delivered, but it will be built using labor standards, which provides living wages for working families and a safer, faster, and better built project that will have unprecedented community benefits. Thank you so much for the council and staff for your time and work on this. I will say that this project has been under consideration for 5 years now, and it's really important that we move this project forward without any more delays. Please don't block housing. Please move this project forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Kathleen, followed by Glemon Zelia. And Kathleen, I'll ask if you can state your last name for the record.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Daly. I'm a small business owner in Menlo Park. And I want to just talk about the word community for a second. A better sense of the word community in the words of Willow Village and whether or not it is approved tonight by the council requires a commitment to the Bellhaven community. In my experience, a community is a place for all together. And whether that means a place to shop, fill a prescription, grab a meal, a place for children to play, or to host activities that include all residents of the community. This project should only be approved if it creates that, a gathering space, a place where the residents of that entire community can shop, grab a cup of coffee, walk through the dog park. This requires a commitment to the entire area that it encompasses. The amenities will reduce traffic on Willow Road. We will no longer have people coming in from that area to shop in the downtown area of Menlo Park or to Safeway or Trader Joe's or anywhere else. It'll allow them to stay where they are locally, walk, take a bus, but not create an additional sense of traffic on Willow Road, which is a big part of some of the issues surrounding the Menlo Park community and the traffic on Willow Road in and out. It will really create a village. And most importantly, it will also help the housing issue. We need to be able to provide housing for everyone in Menlo Park. And that includes the people that will support the village, the people that help keep Meta and the facilities together, whether they're janitors, service workers, or tech workers. This is an important part. Please do your part and make that happen.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Glemon Zelia, followed by Everardo Luna.
Hola, buenas noches.
Yes, please go right ahead.
Hola, concejales de la ciudad. Mi nombre es Glemin Zavala, soy residente de aquí de East Menlo Park. Y yo tengo varias preguntas para los interesados en hacer este proyecto en mi ciudad. Todo está muy bien y se escucha muy bien, pero ¿qué beneficios tenemos nosotros como afectados directos de todos estos proyectos en mi ciudad? Por todo esto vendrán a traer más tráfico, contaminación, incrementarán las rentas alrededor, cuales no vamos a poder tener acceso a pagar porque nosotros tenemos un salario mínimo, disturbio en general. Me gustaría que las viviendas de bajos ingresos que ellos desean construir sean con un 25 o un 30%, si fuera posible. Y también nos gustaría el reemplazo de cada árbol que será cortado, porque eso afectaría más todavía nuestro aire que consumimos. En esa construcción, ¿y por qué no poder contar con un centro comunitario también para beneficio de nuestros vecindarios y de nuestros niños, de nuestras nuevas generaciones? Y que todo eso también ayude a generar nuevos empleos a los que vivimos aquí alrededor, en la ciudad, no a los que vienen de afuera. En la tienda que piensan poner, que sea una tienda que pueda ser accesible para todos, porque ya vemos clase media, clase baja y también clase alta. Veo que en este proyecto solamente están pensando en clase alta y aquí vivimos mucho de clase baja. Que los precios sean accesibles a nuestro presupuesto. Y qué lástima que corporaciones de afuera vengan a hacer estos proyectos de mejora a nuestra ciudad y que la ciudad lo permita, porque de la ciudad no sale nada para el progreso de nuestro vecindario y nuestra comunidad. Y es una tristeza. Gracias.
Thank you for your comment, and I will turn to our interpreters to provide the English interpretation, please.
We apologize because we didn't get the name of the speaker.
It was
Glemin?
Glemin? Or
Glemin. Okay, so Ms. Glemin talked about the fact that she's a resident and that she is wondering about the benefits of this project because there is going to be pollution, there's going to be increase in traffic, and this building of Willow Village will be done for by outside corporations instead of benefiting the population for Menlo Park because it's not affordable for low-income workers and is specifically for people that make higher salaries. She is requesting that 25 or 30% of the units to be built for low-income workers. And they also, she expresses the need for having a community center that benefits generations. So it would be more accessible if it includes that kind of units. And basically, that's the general idea.
Thank you so much. So our next speaker is Everardo Luna, followed by Alex Torres.
Good evening, council. My name is Everardo Luna. I've been a Peninsula native for all my life. Been in the neighborhood since 1988. I've seen the changes that have gone through in the Belhaven neighborhood and East Palo Alto. And I have no affiliation with Meta. I'm here tonight in support of the approval of the Willow Village project for many different reasons. One, that there's going to be equitable access to a supermarket on that side of town. The other one would be the pharmacy that also would be accessible to the community. The third one would be dine-in restaurants that we lack in that side of the community. I'm a resident of the Willows for the past 12 years, and I fully support union labor. I myself am a Teamsters for 28 years, local steward for our guys for 27 years. So I greatly appreciate prevailing wages. That's what's been able to afford me to provide for my family. And I'm pretty sure everybody behind me here is trying to do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Alex Torres, followed by Karen Grove.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. Alex Torres, Director of State Government Relations for the Bay Area Council. We represent over 300 employers in our region. One of them is Meta, and we want to express our strong support for this project today. You know, the benefits and the use of prevailing wage is really important, and I'm sure you know, we really are excited to stand with our friends in the labor community on that piece of the project. But earlier today, you heard a presentation from Senator Becker, and there was a discussion on the importance of the city's leadership on climate issues. And we continue to believe the data bears this out, that our housing shortage forces folks out of the region and into areas where they're forced to commute long distances to make it to work. And the more we do that, the more we're digging ourselves in a hole when it comes to the climate goals. Simply put, a huge component of our efforts to address climate change is to make it more affordable to live, work, and play all in the same area, mitigating those vehicle miles traveled. And it's also great for our economy as more and more companies reevaluate long-term strategic decisions, where to move offices if out of our downtowns. There's a lot of opportunities if we approve projects like this where we can retain employees in areas where they can live, work, play, and of course keep those jobs here rather than export them to, you know, far less climate conscious states like Texas. More specifically to this project, this is, like I said, a true model of live, work, and play. It has been developed with input from neighbors and the community. And as our colleagues from the Housing Action Coalition stated, more than 300 affordable homes, badly needed, very low income units for seniors. So we stand in strong support of this project here today. We urge you to approve it and to double down on the great work this city has done in climate and say yes to these badly needed housing units in the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Karen Grove, followed by Eileen McLaughlin.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you, City Council and staff and applicant. I'm Karen Grove. I live in Menlo Park. I have served on the Housing Commission, and I know what it's like to work really, really hard and read a bunch of stuff and do a bunch of work and then have the proposal not go anywhere and sort of not get as much consideration as maybe it ought to have. And so I'm just encouraging City Council to take very seriously what the Planning Commission has proposed in amendments, because our Planning Commission does not see things all one way, but they worked so hard and they came to consensus and they came to a unanimous motion. It was incredible to watch. It was so impressive. So I hope that you'll take that to heart. And then the other thing I wanted to say is that some of the community benefits are going to be wonderful, but they're not going to become available, including the affordable housing, for many years. And so in the meantime, whether it's through the development agreement or as City Council or in some way, we really need to enact some robust anti-displacement policies, and also for the gaps that will always exist, make sure that we have a generous emergency housing assistance fund, so that we keep our community intact while we prepare this nice community for the people who've been waiting for it for many years. So thank you. And I think I started sort of on a negative note, but really I probably shouldn't have. But Planning Commission did an amazing job. So I hope that you will consider their recommendations very seriously. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Eileen McLaughlin, followed by Gail Wilkerson. Eileen, you should be able to unmute your end at this time.
There. Okay, so sorry, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Nash and members of council. Sorry, I was a little clumsy here at the computer. Okay, I'm Eileen McLaughlin speaking for the Citizens Committee to complete the refuge. Complexity can lead to oversights. We submitted a letter to you to reiterate concerns about Willow Village that we had previously raised in project meetings with the proponents and in written comments responding to the NOP, the draft EIR, the Planning Commission, and now to you. One of those concerns was omitted by error from our letter to you. The elevated park will be an attractive place where the public will informally drop in, eat lunch, and occasionally meet up for a happy event. By elevation, the park has more exposure to robust and gusty winds. That combination will lead to wind dispersion of plastic bags, lightweight trash, and definitely balloons. All of these are classified as materials that contaminate water and will be harmful to nearby wildlife and wetland habitat. It is a condition unanticipated in Connect Menlo. In the final EIR, the responders provide no meteorological evidence of wind velocity or direction to support the claim that these materials are unlikely to be wind distributed from the park. We don't have such data either, but speak from innumerable experiences along the city shoreline, including elevated areas in Bedwell Bayfront Park. Over the lifetime of the park, it can be anticipated that cumulatively there will be a significant pattern of windy dispersal of lightweight trash. Simple facts are that human inattention or distraction result in trash not being properly disposed in receptacles, and that balloons often escape from hands or strings that hold them. Trash escapes from overflowing bins. We ask that mitigation include a restriction that balloons are not permitted in the park, that ample and well-placed signage is placed regarding control of trash, and that there are readily available and frequently emptied trash and recycling bins. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Gail Wilkerson, followed by Ken Chan.
Good evening, Council. My name is Gail Wilkerson. If you heard my name before, I ran for City Council in East Palo Alto. I grew up in Menlo Park at 1351 Henderson Avenue. We moved in 1955, July. I couldn't find office space in East Palo Alto, so I went to Menlo Park and I tried to get a variance on Willow Road, and it didn't happen. But I love. When I went into the planning department, they drug me over to the counter. Oh, you're in this area, and they showed me. I was impressed, and I'm overly impressed now. I love what you're doing, and I'd like to borrow you guys to go and redo Ravenswood 101 in East Palo Alto. I would like to know what's going to happen to the people who have been there in this area, like me, for over 60-something years. And you took that part of Miller Park, took that part of that where you're, well, not that, that used to be Heller helicopter place. And how are you going to incorporate East Palo Alto? Because you're going to be taking a lot of taxes from the business in East Palo Alto. We're willing, well, I'm willing to give you that empty office space at the Amazon building and University Circle. If you could come around and incorporate it, make good of what you didn't do, 70 years ago. You took the land around, but you didn't take the people. We were told that you're going to have a Safeway. I love Safeway. I had Safeway on the phone, and I was on a supermarket task force for East Palo Alto. And they decided to do a Mi Pueblo. Now we have about 9 Mi Pueblos. We want a diversity now. Let's see, I made some notes here, and it doesn't look like I'm going to get to all of it. But the traffic, we have the highest rate of asthma in the peninsula. So I'd like for you to consider that. Incorporate East Palo Alto. I think they're going to write you a letter. They said Thursday they were going to write you a letter, and you had a good working relationship. Please keep us in mind. We need it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Ken Chan, followed by Carol Cunningham.
Good evening, Menlo Park City Council members. My name is Ken Chan, and I'm the senior organizer with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with our communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. I'd first like to express our appreciation to staff for all their hard work in putting together their report regarding this proposal tonight. On behalf of HLC and what was highlighted in our letter to Council and in our previous comments at the Planning Commission, I'd like to express our support for the Willow Village proposal. Of the potential 1,730 homes, a total of 312 will be affordable, with 119 of those set aside for your senior community members at both the VLI and ELI levels, and also to be constructed by an affordable housing developer with 40 plus years of building and operating affordable homes throughout this region in Mercy Housing. These homes, combined with the newly proposed $5 million in additional funding for affordable homes for your residents in Menlo Park, can provide your city with the much needed relief against the jobs housing imbalance that all of your residents are collectively experiencing at this moment. We urge you to take all the needed steps tonight to approve this proposal and to make it a reality for your fellow Menlo Park community members. Thank you so much, and apologies for my dogs.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Carol Cunningham, followed by the ELC Zoom.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members for your service and for your time in listening to our feedback on this important project. My name is Carol Cunningham. I have no affiliation with Meta, but I've lived in Menlo Park for over 2 decades. So I was here during a time when the city seemed more resistant to development and content to maintain status quo. And there's probably still a contingent that understandably feels this way. I know large development projects can be controversial with many obstacles and considerations. However, I want to express my strong support for Willow Village because I believe that the applicant has undertaken a very thorough and thoughtful process over a number of years to create a win-win solution with critical community services and has ultimately addressed the challenges and concerns through various plan revisions and generous amenities. My concern is that if Menlo Park doesn't capitalize on this opportunity now, we will lose it forever. So please move forward with the necessary steps to approve this project as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker will be Pastor Arturo Arias, followed by Fran Dean.
Good evening, Mayor, Assistant Mayor, City Council members, and neighbors. My name is Josh Arias. I'm actually the son of Pastor Arias, the English pastor here at our church, located at the corner of Willow and O'Brien. My parents and our family have been serving the great city of Menlo Park, specifically the Belhaven community for 34 years. My parents have been residents of East Palo Alto since 1985, so we're no strangers to the community. We're excited for what's happening around the area, and I'm here to represent our thriving faith community that serves hundreds of people every week that are locals and others that come from afar. And one of the things that have stood out from the very beginning when we heard about the Willow Village project is the transparency of the Willow Village leadership team and their good intentions. And as a faith community, that's so important to us because we serve people, and we believe this unique opportunity will bring us together. It will bring us, it will strengthen what we have, what we believe, our community, which is people. We believe the new housing, the jobs, and other benefits that the community has to offer is a big plus for all those that are locals and those that come from afar in our community. Once again, we are here on behalf of my father, our family, and our community. We're strong supporters for the Willow Village leadership team and this visionary project. Thank you once again for this opportunity, and God bless you all.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker will be Fran Dean, followed by Rick Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, Fran Dean, Chamber of Commerce, Menlo Park. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this evening. And in terms of disclosure, as requested, Meta is a member of the Chamber of Commerce, as are many businesses and organizations serving the Menlo Park community. The creation of the Willow Village Master Plan has been a multi-year, multifaceted journey for all, for the developer, for city staff, for the commissions, city council, and for the community. We have all had the opportunity to watch, to comment, to participate, and to help shape the outcome. It has been a process of designing, refining, and collaborating to create the ultimate balance of each component: office, retail, commercial, housing, and open space. The plan is not merely an aggregation of these force-fit into available space. Rather, it is a carefully crafted plan integrating community feedback into the resulting composition. It has been community-based planning. The developers have listened to the community and delivered in response to the input. They have engaged the community in an open input process for over 4 years. Public outreach has been extraordinary, and the applicant has responded with affordable housing, parks, open space, and a set of preferred community amenities. In a recent study session, you have endorsed the accompanying project amenities and revised valuations. The Planning Commission has unanimously voted to recommend approval of the proposed project as noted in the staff report. And now this evening, with your approval of the master plan, the project accompanied by those long-awaited amenities will become reality. It's time for the project and its corresponding investments in Menlo Park to move forward with your vote this evening. Thank you for your consideration and resulting action.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker will be Rick Johnson, followed by Mike H.
Good evening. My name is Rick Johnson. I'm not affiliated with Meta, but I have been fortunate to be able to meet with Willow Village team members, and I'm grateful for that and their openness to talk about conservation issues. I am a Menlo Park resident and a volunteer with the Citizens Committee to complete the refuge. One of our main concerns is that the project's dome and design is untested in this environment. There may be light and glow that affects wildlife, bird collisions, and dark skies. The design is an experiment. To implement mitigation, the city will be committed to a major effort with the project team to consider waivers and to monitor, evaluate, and adapt. The design was not studied in the Connect Menlo EIR. Given the new building designs and new conditions, it seems appropriate to reconsider cumulative impacts. Regarding the small willow habitat along the north edge, it represents an historic element of the bay ecosystem that is nearly gone from the bay edge. It is an indicator of fresh water, and we ask that the source and habitat be understood and protected or restored nearby. Thank you for considering our comments.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker will be Mike H., followed by Jordan Grimes. Mike will ask if you can state your last name for the record.
This is Michael Hoff. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead. Thank you.
Yep, Michael Hoff, 1300 block of Sevier Avenue, Belhaven, District 1, and former vice chair for the original Menlo Park redistricting committee in approximately 2018, and former community voice in support of the library branch in Belhaven, which is the new community center currently under construction and very welcomed by the community. Speaking in full support for Willow Village, and want to just express thank you to the city council, mayor, staff, the Willow Village, all project members, and especially members of the community that are here tonight and who have been part of the process over the last 4-5 years, and especially staff who's helped out. It really turns an outdated 1960s, 1970s industrial complex into a community engaged multi-use site, connecting my neighborhood, which I'm 3.5-4 blocks away, to the amenity service and a public plaza and open space. It really does create that live, work, play theme. The team has solicited our input and listened with my Belhaven neighbors and the city for several years, probably over 5 years. So it addresses jobs, housing, traffic, air quality, and there's more than 300 affordable homes, including very low income units for seniors, and additional $5 million in funding over and above what was, requested, 312 affordable housing units, a shuttle, and then funding for air quality monitoring, prioritizing amenities in phase 1, and then additionally the highly sustainable LEED Gold certification, union labor, and I've mentioned before, my biological father has this 50-year union pin, so that's also very important to me. And tonight there's been approximately 20 people supporting it, approximately 5 opposed, and then approximately 10 neutral comments. So just really support this and ask that the council move forward to approve it without delay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker will be Jordan Grimes, followed by Vince Roca.
Yes, good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm the Peninsula and South Bay Resilience Manager for Greenbelt Alliance. We're an environmental nonprofit dedicated to helping create climate resilient and sustainable communities throughout the Bay Area. We are here tonight in strong support of Willow Village. Given the late hour, I will be brief. We believe that Willow Village truly is a boon for both Menlo Park and the region at large. The city itself is badly in need of dense infill housing, and Willow Village truly provides that in spades. We're particularly excited about the high number of extremely low-income units, which are incredibly hard to come by not only in San Mateo County, especially here, but across the region, as well as deeply appreciative of the commitment to skilled labor and the payment of living wages to local workers. On the sustainability side, included amenities like the grocery store and community serving retail will be a huge benefit to all and help reduce vehicle miles traveled, as well as the new walking paths and bike lanes. We applaud the use of carbon sequestering mass timber, as well as the 2-acre park and significant green space, which is deeply important, we know, to the neighborhood. And then lastly, I would just like to mention that UC Berkeley's local climate policy tool shows that increasing Menlo Park's supply of dense infill housing is the single most effective policy strategy the city can employ to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Ultimately, this is a strong, badly needed project, and we at Greenbelt Alliance urge your support today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker will be Vince Roca, followed by Jess Hudson.
Good evening. My name is Vince Rocha. I'm with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group in support of the Willow Village project to implement the city's vision to transform an outdated and underutilized office buildings into a walkable neighborhood with new homes, parks, amenities, and jobs. As you may know, the Silicon Valley Leadership Group represents 350 of the largest employers in the region, including Meta. And we focus on issues from energy, environment, and housing for all incomes here in the Bay Area. You know, a lot of comments have been made about the great things about the project, but one other critical part is it's going to really help the city meet its RHNA allocation goals, fulfilling nearly 60% of its need in this next cycle. And so it really is important to, you know, vote for plans like this that are really going to help meet the need in the community for housing. It's an excellent plan that has been worked with the community for over 5 years, as you heard. And we really appreciate your support from everyone here, and hopefully you can vote for this tonight. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Jess Hudson, followed by Meta.
Good evening. My name is Jess Hudson, and I'm representing United Way Bay Area in our strong support of the Willow Village Mixed Use Project. United Way Bay Area's mission is to eradicate poverty in the Bay Area and support equitable access to basic needs in our communities. This includes living wages for workers, expanding affordable housing, and supporting access to healthy and affordable groceries for all in the Bay Area. This project meets all of those community needs by providing an accessible full-service grocery store and pharmacy for residents who previously had to cross a freeway to access these basic services, adding over 300 affordable homes and 120 additional homes who are designated for very low and extremely low income seniors. The Willow Village project will also increase Menlo Park's existing affordable housing stock by approximately 60%. And this vital mixed-use project will be built with living wage union jobs. For all of these reasons, United Way Bay Area is proud to support the Willow Village project, and we urge this council to approve the project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker will be Meta, followed by Alex Dersh. And I'll ask that Meta state your last name for the record.
My name is Maida Okello. Thank you, Mayor Nash and members of the council. I totally approve this project, and I'm not going to reiterate, what previous speakers have spoken already. But just the fact that it has, hopefully, a full-service grocery store, I think that's going to be a significant, contribution to the well-being of people that live in the northern part, north of 101. I do have one question, however. Was any consideration made to have a connection between this project and State Route 84? Have a road that connects directly to State Route 84? Because currently, everything is going to flow onto either Willow Road or what's the other street, O'Brien, and I think the traffic implications of those, of that very fact, I think is not going to be, very very productive, at least for the community that are, living in the neighboring areas. So that one simple question: was there any consideration made to having a direct connection to State Route 84? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Alec Dersh, followed by Marciela Ramos.
Hello and good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Alex Dersh, and I'm a volunteer with Housing Leadership Council and YIMBY Action. And I recently just worked as the campaign manager for No on Menlo Park's Measure B. In these past few months, I've had the good fortune of meeting and working with so many residents here who are eager to make their community more affordable and welcoming for all. I learned that there's a strong desire and sense of urgency to increase housing affordability and address the Bay Area's housing crisis. As someone who grew up in nearby Palo Alto, I feel a similar desire and urgency to address this crisis. I'm happy to see that this project will bring much needed new homes and amenities to Belhaven. And as someone who cherishes the few and far between spaces across the Bay that have homes and shops so close together, I'm pleased to see this project's mixed use design with a new proposed grocery store, restaurants, shops, and parks. I'm very excited by the prospective BMR units, and especially the partnership with Mercy Housing to build homes for extremely low-income seniors. This is the kind of affordable housing that is sorely lacking for our most vulnerable residents. Finally, I'm really glad to see the extensive and sincere community engagement done to reach this point. Listening to and collaborating with community members is an indispensable ingredient for strong projects, and Willow Village has had this in spades. I urge the City Council to accept the Planning Commission's recommendation and vote to approve the project with the recommended modifications. Thank you for your time and your work, and have a great evening.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Maricela Ramos, followed by Merlin Santoyo.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Maricela Ramos. Yo soy residente de East Palo Alto, vivo en 501 Connor Street, pero colindo con Menlo Park. Todos los proyectos que se desarrollen en Menlo Park afectan directamente a los vecindarios de East Palo Alto. Todos estos proyectos provocan desplazamiento de familias trabajadoras que no ganan un sueldo alto como las personas que trabajan en tecnología, como en esta compañía Meta. Todas estas familias son desplazadas. ¿Por qué? Porque todos estos proyectos provocan que la vida se vuelva más cara. Las personas ya no pueden seguir viviendo aquí en el área de Menlo Park. ¿Por qué? Porque es demasiado caro para vivir. Lo que yo les pido a los desarrolladores que con este proyecto puedan dar más viviendas accesibles para la comunidad, para mantener a estas familias aquí mismo en Menlo Park, que den un 30% de viviendas accesibles, más aparte pueden dar lugares comunitarios. Yo he trabajado en el área de East Menlo Park y desgraciadamente no cuentan con lugares comunitarios de reunión donde uno pueda reunirse como vecinos. Es muy triste que la ciudad no proporcione estos lugares comunitarios para su gente, para sus vecinos. Más aparte, el supermercado que piensan poner, que sea un supermercado que sea afordable para las familias trabajadoras que no ganan demasiado dinero, que ganan un mínimo. Más aparte que generen empleos, que contraten a familias de Menlo Park un tanto por ciento, pues para que se beneficien de estos trabajos, que no traigan gente de fuera, que sea un tanto por ciento locales. Gracias.
Thank you for your comment, and I'll turn to our interpreters for the English interpretation, please.
Good evening. My name is Maricela Ramos, and I am a resident of East Palo Alto in 501 Connor Street, which also borders with Menlo Park. And the thing is that all of these projects affect East Palo Alto. It causes displacement for working families who don't have high wages, like people from Meta do, for example. And the thing is that the families here are going to be displaced, because the cost of living has gotten very expensive and people cannot continue to live here in Menlo Park. It's just too expensive. I also asked of the developers if they can provide more accessible housing because we need for the families who live here to be able to stay here. Please give at least 30% of low-income housing, provide us that. And we also need a community center to meet as neighbors in I have worked in East Menlo Park, and it's really sad to see that there is no community center there. There are no places for the neighbors to meet and to have meetings. And it's really sad that the city has allowed for this to continue to happen. Also, with regards to the supermarket that you want to provide, make it so that it is affordable. There are a lot of working families here who all make minimum wage, and we need for the market to be affordable. Also, please create more jobs and employ families who already live here in Menlo Park. Don't bring people from the outside, or at least make it so that the jobs are a certain percentage. You hire a certain percentage of people who already live here.
Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Marlene Santoyo, followed by Michael Murillo.
Hello, Council. Marlon again. Thank you for taking my last comment that I'm going to read verbatim. Hello, my name is Esmeralda Maldonado. I have lived in the Bellhaven neighborhood in Menlo Park for 30 years, and sadly, our community has been changing with all these new constructions from Facebook. The Willow Village construction, for example. Instead, why not help the schools to provide better services for our students or better pay to hire well-prepared teachers for our schools? And how will this benefit people who didn't finish high school or don't have a degree? Will the Willow Village project provide jobs, training, or workshops for Bellhaven residents to be able to survive financially in this area since Facebook moved in? It has caused the prices of rent to skyrocket. A lot of families have moved out of the area because the cost of living has made it so challenging to keep up with rents. How will traffic look like? We are already so stressed with the current traffic and noises of construction work happening for the past couple of years. Furthermore, cutting 700 trees is going to further cause pollution in Menlo Park. Our air quality is already below acceptable levels. Why not add more plants and trees? I would highly appreciate it if this project is revised with the residents before moving forward. We need full transparency and communication for our residents whose first language is not English. We all need to be included, to be part, and to give our opinion and concerns about what is going on within the city of Menlo Park, specifically East Menlo Park, where there's so much change. I'm trying to remember if I receive complete information in Spanish about what is going on in my community or workshops to better educate us. As far as I know, for 40 years, we haven't had anyone represent the minority families in the city of Menlo Park until more recently. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. So our next speaker will be Mark Murillo, followed by Pamela Jones. And this will be the final call for public comment on our public hearing item G2 related to Willow Village.
Hello, this is Mike Murillo. I'm calling from, I live on the 1300 block of Sevier. I've been living here for about 12 years now. And I just wanted to touch on, I think, 3 points about this Willow Village that I'm in favor for, that I think will hopefully manifest as part of this project. And I would reiterate a number of sort of sentiments from people about the thoughtfulness of this project, the timeliness, et cetera. So I won't repeat those, but I just thought those were also meaningful as well. So first of all, I think that this project could serve as a great catalyst event that would bring useful services to this community that has a long time eluded us. There's been a sort of a chicken and egg problem with respect to bringing in new services back into Bellhaven. So that we need the people and purchasing power to get services like grocery stores and retail, but we also need those services to attract the number of people to be able to justify their investment. Here in kind of one large catalyzing event, we have the people and the services. My hope is that this will bring additional investment and attention to our community, further flourishing its growth. I do hope that we can kind of have like a second so to downtown, similar to what other communities like Palo Alto, et cetera, have, to help kind of centralize as a central point for the community. In that regard, I also see this as potentially providing a downtown or hub of sorts for us to meet in a casual and open way beyond scheduled events at Onetta Harris or the library. This community doesn't have the open meeting spaces that Menlo Park West has had beyond the small strip at New Ridge, which I think can hardly be called a community sort of meeting area. Communities do benefit and thrive when there are spaces where they can meet and get to know each other. They become tighter knit and more supportive. The open spaces and parkway of this development would go a major way to delivering on this need. And I think in general, I'm kind of running out of time here, but I think in general, people do have a need here that's being addressed in, I think, one kind of holistic sort of way that I don't see the local, like either the city or the state or the county kind of addressing. And I think it's a tremendous benefit. That's sort of a win-win for the community. And I hope that you all can be in favor of having this pass as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And our next speaker is Pamela Jones.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Nash, Vice Mayor Willison, and staff. Thank you for speaking this evening and for allowing all of the input that is really necessary for a project like this. I was here in this chambers in July of 2017 when the project was first brought to the city. And I referred to it as a future city. And I still think that that's what it is. I have paid attention to the jobs, housing, and balance. I'm concerned about what additional office space is going to do for that, because that's a part of what raises the rents for the people living here. I feel it's important to have a clear understanding of when all of the units will be available for occupancy and if they will support our RHNA numbers. It's important to also know the approximate date when I'm going to be able to shop in the grocery store. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Seeing no further cards and no further hands, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. And thank you so much to all the community members and those outside the community who are supportive of the project as well. It's wonderful to hear so much feedback. It's also, I really appreciate the speakers, the Spanish speakers and the translation services. Thank you so much. That's a portion of the community we often don't get to hear from, and it's very valuable, and we need to make sure we do this in the future. Thank you. And also thank you to Ms. Montoya, who enabled so many of those comments to come forward. What I'd like to do at this point is to take a break.
Should we close the public hearing?
That is a good idea. At this point, yes, thank you. We will close the public hearing before taking a break. So the public hearing is now closed. And we will take a break. When we get back, what I'd like to do is bring the discussion up to council and have each of the council members, we have 4 council members with us tonight who are voting on this, and have each of us provide some comments about the project and also your top concerns so that we really can get into the meat of it and start discussions. So that will be, why don't we take why don't we take a break till 9:15, give everyone a chance to get up, walk around, and we will reconvene at 9:15. Thank you.
All right, having our city council back on our in-person and virtual dais. Mayor Nash, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you very much. We are now going to council discussion. First of all, I'd like to just respond to one of the comments that came up fairly frequently in public comment, and that is about a community center. And I want to just let people know we do have a beautiful new community center coming in the Belhaven neighborhood, the Menlo Park Community Campus. It probably will be changing names, but it is a stunning campus that will have a senior center, library, youth center, arts and crafts, swimming pool, gymnastics, or a dance studio, and a big full-size basketball court. I'm probably missing some things, but it is a gorgeous center. There will be another walkthrough of the center in January that will be announced certainly here in the council meeting, and also on the weekly digest, and highly recommend that people go take a look at it. It is gorgeous and will be opening later this in 2023. With that, Councilmember Taylor, would you like to begin discussions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash, and thank you to everyone who provided public comment, and also to our staff for all of their hard work and support with this process and answering questions and clarifying things, and also to the applicant for their patience with all of the questions and time that has gone into preparing what the public has seen today. I wanted to start off the conversation and I'd asked this question maybe about an hour and a half ago, and it was to give some clarity because I have received multiple questions, whether it was email or phone calls. I'm just concerned about the timing and the phasing of the community amenities. For me, that is the priority in the beginning of the conversation. That way there is not any misinformation out there. And I do not have a slide or a presentation to provide, but I did speak to the applicant about providing this information. So Mr. Peralta, I don't know if you could help me out with this.
Sure. So I think we can direct that question to the applicant team. I believe they did provide the city clerk with some potential slides to Councilmember Taylor's comment. No?
Thank you.
Okay. So
good evening, Mr. Gilmetti.
Hi, how are you? I did such a bad job trying to navigate before. Do you mind if I just share my screen or because it's the same?
Yeah, go right ahead, Michael. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm a bumble. Okay. Can everyone see this? It should say phasing Willow Village.
Yes.
Great. So Councilmember Taylor, do you want me to just go through it, or do you want to ask questions? How would you like me to?
Is it possible to put two slides up at the same time? The one that Kyle had was slide 6.
I'm not sure which one. I can unshare if Kyle wants to share that.
Thank you. If it's possible to put that one up. Kyle, thank you.
sure, I can share that first. Because we're working from 2 different platforms here, though, we're going to need to then go to the applicant for their screen share. Give me 1 second.
Thank you. And the reason I asked for it is because it has pictures of the amenities, and I think it's helpful other than a line graph for folks to see.
So is
it maybe the one after or before?
Hmm.
Then possibly after. We do have a slide that has pictures of the amenities.
Oh, okay, hang on. It's this, I believe we're talking about the site plan. Give me a second.
Thank you for your patience.
So I believe, is this the slide we're interested in terms of showing the location of the buildings and highlighting some of the amenities? Otherwise, the other slide was a list of the community amenities.
It's possible it was, I believe his name is Aaron from the architecture. I think it was his slides.
All right, so let me stop sharing my screen and then we'll move to the applicant to pull up their presentation.
I'm sorry, you wanted the presentation from earlier. Not the kind of phasing presentation, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna pull that up. And share my screen. This one from earlier, Councilmember?
Yes.
Okay, I'll keep moving. You tell me when.
The heading on the slide says community amenities.
This one?
Yes, this
Okay.
one. And so I was wondering if it's possible to go through them with a date that it would be open or ready to utilize.
Sure, I have another slide that may be kind of share this on a more graphical form, if you like.
Say that one more time.
I have a different slide that kind of shows the progression of how these move forward through the construction and ultimately through to delivery.
That will be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, let me pull that up. So would you like me to go through the progression to get to the delivery of those community amenities?
If it's possible to start from the date that you expect it to be completed, and maybe how it's phased in, because I know everything isn't going to open the same time.
Right.
So maybe what's going to open in year 4 or year 6?
Well, so looking at the overall site, there's a number of items we need to do to get the site ready. We have to do infrastructure. So we're showing here an example, kind of the first year, the first half of the year, and we use 2023 as an example. So really, at this point in time, we're just doing engineering drawings to get ready and getting all of our permitting. I mentioned at the Planning Commission, there's other permits to get, like the San Francisco PUC and Caltrans and whatnot. So that is really the first half of call it next year. And we've started up with some community amenities with the job train funding and the teacher housing, and also helped by helping to buy or purchasing air quality and noise monitoring equipment. So some of those community amenities are complete at that point. The second half of the year, we would start our infrastructure. So, you know, the third or fourth quarter of next year, we could start infrastructure. No new amenities at that point, really just prepping the site. And actually a prior comment talked about trees. You know, there are basically industrial park type trees here, and we're planting about 1,800. We're not cutting down, we're planting 1,800 trees as we make the site more resilient and raise it to meet climate change and strengthen the infrastructure. The next one is where we start to see more amenities underway. We've got the elevated park meeting collaboration space. The elevated park is a big amenity here. And we have replacement office buildings coming online, or excuse me, starting. And we have the grocery and the first residential starting. I might also add, there was another comment, since we're talking about infrastructure, about the Chevron station. It is not going away. It's coming back at the fact there's an application on file at the city. So it's going to come back new and improved and better. Also note starting the parking. But in terms of amenities here, we have about $100 million worth of amenities that have started. The first half of the third year or 2025, we have the town square that has started. This is the infrastructure underneath it and some of the parking. We've got the second residential building that started, and you can see some of the retail in these buildings. None of these buildings are occupied. It's when they get cross-hatched that they become occupied. And it's important to note that the first three buildings here are just replacement buildings. So Meta has currently about 3,400 employees on the site, and these are just places for those folks to come back. And these are new office spaces, which would entail new employee base. Next one after that, we've got another approximately 500 units underway. So we've got 1,000 units underway. No new no occupancies on any of the office at this point. And we've got about $140 million worth of community amenities underway and 13 million completed. We have about 130,000 feet of retail underway. Now we're into 2026, the first half of the year. The public park is underway. We've got about 160 million of community amenities, about 30 million complete. We've got the existing replacement space underway, and we've got new spaces, new office spaces underway as well. And we've added the affordable housing. So all of the housing in phase one is all underway. We've got about 1,000 units in progress. And then in year 4, 2026, the second half of the year, we've got the first office space occupancies and the garages here. These are all replacement spaces. None of them are new spaces yet. And we've got parcel 6, which is the first housing, about 178 housing units complete and 800 underway. The next one, we have the first 2 buildings of for the new office space underway, and we have 625 units complete. Parcel 2, parcel 6, parcel 7. We have the elevated park complete, and we have the publicly accessible open space here in the big 3-acre park that Aaron noted in his presentation. And we've got about all 170 some odd thousand square feet of retail underway. The next slide is 2027, and this is where we would have the potentially the hotel open, the grocery store complete and ready to open, the dog park, the park, and now all of the office space is occupied, and we've got 1,100 units underway and 600 completed. 6 months later, you're up to 1,000 units completed and 600 more in progress. And then a year later, this phase 2 residential parcel 4 and 5 are completed. So the grocery store, to answer your question, would be complete in 2027. The parks would be complete in 2027 as well. And the town square would be complete in 27 as well. The other retail space would be complete in 29 because this is just a bigger building. I think it's important to note that these buildings, because we're so focused on the pedestrian friendly nature of the project, there's a lot of underground parking to kind of remove cars and to allow for safer streets and again, streets that are friendlier for bikes and pedestrians. So these buildings take a little bit longer to build.
I have a quick question, Mr.
Yeah.
Gilmetti.
Yeah.
The grocery store, is it standalone or is it mixed use?
The grocery store is part of building 2 here, so it's part of a mixed use. I think there was a slide of it when Aaron mentioned kind of looking across Hamilton. That was a rendering of the grocery store.
And Mike Gilmetti, Eric Morley with Signature. Just a clarification, that building parcel 3 gets delivered in 2028.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. Sorry.
Not 2029. Yes. Just wanted to clarify for the council.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you. And the gas station is directly across from the grocery store.
Yeah, that's over here.
And that makes it closer to the residential on that block.
Closer to what residential?
So this is the 1300 block of Willow Road. There's an apartment building, or is it closer to it or is it further away?
You mean the Mid-Penn building?
Yes.
Yeah, that's down here. So it's kind of catty corner to the park here and kind of across from Mid-Penn.
I know I didn't ask you this ahead of time, so you may not have the answer, but do you know what the distance is? Is it 500 feet? Is it 2,000 feet?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
But I would say it's on the same lot that it's on today. That lot's just reconfigured. So the gas station will sit on a portion of the same lot that it's on today, just to give the council context.
Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you meant the distance to Mid-Penn. The gas station isn't moving. It's just, well, it's moving ever so slightly. It's not a dramatic move.
And in the drawing that we're looking at, does that mean there's 10 trees around the gas station? Or will there be more trees around it?
Oh, this is just an illustrative. It's
Okay.
yeah, it's not the exact. The application is on file at the city for the gas station.
Okay. Are there any other follow-up questions from anyone else? Give it back to Mayor Nash on the community amenities.
So can you run through when some of the amenities will be available, as Councilmember Taylor was asking originally? The grocery store?
The grocery store, we would be available to open in 2027. The hotel, we believe in 2027. The park in probably the first half of 27, as well as the elevated park. The town square in 2027. And the retail along kind of Main Street in 2027 as well, are the first half of the year. 2028 is when the potential, we have different potential areas for pharmacy and bank and restaurants, but there's a lot of retail in parcel 3 here, and that would be coming online in 2028. But again, it's because it takes about 3.5 to 4 years to build some of these buildings because of the extensive underground parking.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question, and it's more around the construction. The timeline that you have is based on the schedule of construction hours. And just looking at I think it's the mitigation, monitoring and reporting program, and just looking at that as far as what time and what days you'll have construction hours. Is your construction schedule is based on the hours that are listed?
Correct.
And so, because one of the challenges I'm having with the hours is that it's pretty much, it feels like it's about 20 hours a day worth of construction, or roughly 18 to 20 hours.
No, there are a couple of discrete portions of the project, the potential tunnel and the portion of the elevated park. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to invite Eric Harrison from our team to address the construction hours.
Actually, if you don't mind, what I'd like to do is get a list of what the various topics are, see what is sort of where is the nexus on everyone's list, and then go into those topics more completely. Thank you. So if right now I'm looking for if people want to make any general comments about the project, and then trying to pull together a list of concerns. And if anyone has a different suggestion, please feel free to say so. Would you like to continue, or would you like to pass the mic right now?
I'll pass the mic.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Willison, would you? Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Giametti and everyone. First, I just want to kind of reiterate some of the thank yous that have gone around to our staff, to the applicant team, really to our community members for staying engaged, whether it was from the very beginning or jumping in tonight for the first time. We take comments from our residents and stakeholders very seriously. I know we all diligently try to read every email and letter that comes our way and thoughtfully consider the points being raised by our constituents. And so I want you all to know that your thoughts and hard work and looking into this did not go in vain. To that, I really want to thank our Planning Commission, who have just done a tremendous job digging through the thousands and thousands of pages of documents and kind of being our first, I don't know if it's line of defense or recommending source for us to kind of let us know what to look at and where to dig. That all being said, I also want to just disclose that I have met with the applicant team, but I'm coming in with a open mind and with no bias, I believe, on this project. And I want to just address the ongoing process that has been underway really since Connect Menlo and through the last, I don't know, 5 or so years that have been referenced by many speakers. And I do want to acknowledge that there's been a tremendous amount of outreach and public feedback and iteration, and that is really appreciated. That being said, I know before I sat on the dais, I paid attention to various projects that took place and sometimes noticed a pattern of robust community engagement, kind of followed by, I kind of call it a black box, where that engagement feedback was taken and then kind of went dark for a while, and some processing of that information took place, and then ta-da, kind of at the last moment, a kind of a presentation of the details in a way that felt, as a resident, sometimes unsatisfying. And I want to recognize some of the feedback we've been getting from folks about just the quantity of information that's kind of coming out at the end. I feel, from my point of view as a council member whose name will be listed no matter what the outcome is on this as a result, that I feel like I've had the opportunity to listen to the feedback and analyze the documentation in a way that satisfies my sense of it not rushing towards the end. But I do think that in my analysis, there has been kind of some late game thinking on my part that has informed some of my concerns and where I'm at right now. I do think it's complete, and I feel kind of prepared for this discussion tonight. But I just wanted to put that out there. So at the end of the day, in my preparation, I broke down kind of my thoughts into a couple different buckets. The first bucket being big asks, or kind of the big concerns I have, kind of the outstanding issues. Little asks, so things that I'm hoping aren't big and maybe kind of easy to tackle. A couple of transportation topics that I think are more staff related. And then kind of one final kind of encompassing thing. So Mayor Nash, given that preview, do you want me to start going through it, or do you want to check in with others?
No, I think that's terrific. And I would say at this point, I would ask that we stay at the top level, at the big asks, and then after we work through those, we'll get to the smaller asks, some of which may be also be bigger asks, but why don't we try and stay at the big asks at this point? Thank you.
Okay, then it's time for me to show my big asks. And I just also want to let those of you tuning in who aren't council regulars, I want to remind you all of the Brown Act, which means that the council has to make all our deliberations in the public. And so that means that because we're a body of 4 or 5, we can't have a majority of the body discussing this out of the public eye, which means that I have not actually discussed any of these details outside of public meetings with any of my colleagues. So you're going to be watching live theater as we react to each other's thoughts on this project in real time. So if where we end up sounds like we're not even talking about the same thing, that's one thing, or we might all have arrived to the same place on our own. But I just wanted to let you all know that context. Okay, so my 3 big asks basically come down to what the community support for this project is predicated on. And when I think of the emails that have come in and the public comments that have made and the folks that are really cheerleading this project, it comes down to 3 main things. One, as Council Member Taylor has already alluded to, and I'm sure this is not a surprise to anyone, is the amenities, and particularly the grocery store. And there have been a lot of discussions at the Planning Commission and whatnot about not just the build out and the construction of some of these amenities, but the operations and the delivery of the working amenities. And so for me to feel more comfortable, I feel like the community is expecting, you know, a living, breathing grocery store. And there was some documentation a while back about the ramp up time for viability for a grocery store could take up to 5 years. And currently the applicant is offering 2 years of subsidy. I would feel more comfortable if there was some kind of net, like parachute or something, so that if once 2 years goes by, if the grocery store isn't hitting certain volumes or as successful as it needs to be, whatever that threshold is, that there is a continued subsidy, potentially up to 5 years. So I think that is one of the key points, because when we look our residents in the face about their support and how important this grocery store is to the project, I think we need to have a little bit more assurances or confidence about that. And if we never having to use years 3, 4, and 5, but that's wonderful. Then it means it's doing great. And we don't need that money. This isn't about kind of extracting the money. It's about making sure that we have viability. Similarly with the amenities, one of the things that jumped out at me in reading the documentation was in the fiscal impact analysis. And it was in the context of the sales tax and how office campuses generate so much, workers generate so much sales tax, but that big tech campus workers generate less. And I'm not bringing this up because of the sales tax, but because of my concern that the workers at the campus may not add to the vibrancy of the retail restaurant space. And that was kind of, to me, validated in some of that information in the fiscal impact analysis. So another open issue around the community amenities and about making sure that our retail restaurants are going to be thriving is some mechanism beyond, I believe at the Planning Commission, the applicant stated that the amenities were going to be 20% less at the office than kind of typical, but some kind of codification or some way to give us assurance or more comfort around that the Meta workers are indeed going to be frequenting the retail and the restaurants. So, and all this and all of these things, as I'm sure we all are thinking, are in the spirit of doing what's right for the community and delivering those expectations that have been so clearly articulated by our residents. Okay, so that's big bucket number 1. Around the community amenities in the grocery store. Okay, number 2 is around another topic that the support has been predicated on, which is BMR, below market rate housing, affordable housing. And I am very appreciative of the, I believe we're at about 18% inclusionary of below market rate housing. And I know that The applicant is also offering $5 million additional, currently scheduled to, over a period of time, be delivered for affordable housing or tenant protections or whatever that needs to be. I would, again, I'd like to see that increased. We heard actually from several residents tonight in Spanish about wanting to see not just 18% inclusionary, but 25, 30% inclusionary. Thinking about a study that we had issued about inclusionary housing a few years ago from BAE, it was talking about the viability of 20% inclusionary. I know with our housing element policies, we're looking at increasing our inclusionary housing policy. So I think it's reasonable for us to ask for closer to that 20% value. I know there's the 5 million now kind of as a check. To me, I'd like to see that increased. And I'll kind of leave that there for now. And I'd also like to see those payments come now and not phased over time. Because as again was articulated so clearly tonight, rents are going up, displacement concerns are there, and the need is here now. So that's the second major bucket. Again, this is all going back to topics that have been mentioned tonight and over the years of why there's support for this project. And then the third bucket that has really come out since the fiscal impact analysis and has been raised by several residents, and which is actually in our statement of overriding considerations draft, is that this is a net positive project fiscally. And looking at the details, that is really reliant on our hotel taxes as a revenue source. The way it's written now is that if the hotel doesn't get built or isn't generating the appropriate revenue, there'll be a gap payment for 17 years. But as we all know, this project has a lifespan way beyond 17 years. And so I'd like there to be an ongoing payment for much longer if the hotel isn't realized. This is not, if the applicant ends up not feeling the need to build a hotel, this isn't really about the hotel, it's about the revenue that the city is depending on to justify the project. And you know, I'm a little indifferent about whether we have a hotel or not. It sounds like from the applicant going through the community amenities that there are plans for a hotel. And if that's the case, then the gap payment would need to be made. So those are my three big things. Again, the first thing with the grocery store, you know, my additional ask may never need to come to fruition if the grocery store is viable on its own. And my third ask about additional gap payment for the hotel also may not ever need to come if the hotel. This is about making sure we have backup for the claims and the expectations that have been made to the community. So those are my big things, and I will turn it over to my colleagues, but I'm curious to hear what you're all thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller. Would love to hear from you.
So can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
Okay, so actually, Councilmember Wilson just really touched upon the topics that I had outlined. The TOT tax is incredibly important. I think at the 17-year mark, it's questionable. I don't, you know, I'll let the applicant speak for themselves on this, but in past experience, the applicant wouldn't be the developer of the hotel. And in the current economic market, I could see that the hotel's construction would be delayed for some time. And so the TOT is going to be really important that we could reach a circumstance where everything gets built but the hotel, in which place the project's running at a negative for the city. And so I think that has to be shored up. And so, and would actually hope that we could sort of shore that up tonight and reach agreement on it. And then I don't have much to add to the rest of the comments that my colleagues have already given. So I would say on the flip side, though, the economic climate is becoming more and more difficult now with mortgage rates rising at 7%. And so this project is going to be able to provide good jobs to our region and to our local immediate residents. So I would counter that on the other side of the ledger, but we just have to shore this up. So thank you.
Thank you. So I have 4 issues that have been touched on. The first one, but they're stated slightly differently, is just phasing overall, that the community is focused on the operation and the plan is focused on start dates and construction milestones. And we need to sync up so that we know what to expect. And along with that, what I'm concerned about, especially as Councilmember Mueller just stated with the economic climate, that we end up with a project that we are proud of, which balances the office with the housing, the grocery, the retail, and to make sure that those are happening in parallel. I'm also want to make sure that as part of that, just that we are getting operating retail, not just structures. And we need commitments for the businesses to be operating. Right now, the grocery store is said to be, that there will be a good faith, reasonable effort to find a vendor. That doesn't necessarily get us an operating grocery store. I am concerned that we actually get something to make sure that it will be operating, because as has been said by everyone, this is what the community is really desires and why there is support for this project. Also, the TDM relies on the availability of housing and grocery and retail. And another piece of this is just that the housing is brought on with, again, all under the umbrella of phasing, that housing is brought on with the office. Lagging housing means that the workers are driving, or these are the workers, the meta workers and people who are working on the at the retail there, that workers are driving or they're competing for existing housing, and neither of which are scenarios that are desirable. So we really need to be bringing on the housing, the grocery, the retail with the office. My second bucket is housing does not balance the new office at this point. The HNA states a deficit of 815 units regionally. We currently have many impacts from all the cumulative development in Menlo Park. And again, we have traffic and congestion as workers can't live in Menlo Park. Housing prices, both rental and ownership, are driven up, which also increases the AMI, which then increases the cost of BMR housing, which then displaces current community members. And ultimately, it increases our RHNA numbers for the next cycle. My third bucket is water supply. And depending whether or not the Bay Delta water plan, the Bay Delta plan is implemented, and this is at a state level, we may be with stage 5 drought conditions. If it is not implemented, we are in much better shape. I've recently heard from our legal team that this may not be an issue for Willow Village, as Willow Village does not, significantly impact what will already be happening in our region because of all the development. And I will hold that for a more comment from the legal team at a later time when we go through these more, but water supply is one of my concerns. And then my fourth concern, my final concern, is the traffic circulation connectivity. There is a request to lower the daily trips, the threshold from net to gross. I'm sorry, from gross to net in the DA, and I want to discuss that with other council members and with the applicant. I also think the tunnel, while this is something that Councilmember Taylor and I have been talking about, the tunnel, while it's not a community amenity, it is something that serves the Meta campus and the workers, and is very much needed for the connectivity of the campus and keeping the Meta workers going between campuses off the local streets, and where it will work better for everyone involved. And so I will stop there and hand the mic back to Councilmember Taylor to see whether she would like to add more.
Thank you, Mayor Nash, Vice Mayor Willison, and Councilmember Mueller. It's great hearing what your concerns are on this project. I am concerned also about the circulation. Being one of the council members that live in the area, I see the impact of not just the company's transportation, but just all of the transportation that happens out in District 1. I am extremely concerned about air quality. For my 4 years on council, I have brought up reviewing Connect Menlo, amending Connect Menlo, partly because of my beliefs that it is a flawed document. And now we are creating development projects off of something that's flawed. The circulation element, I believe, did not take into account all of the projects, and then also the increased amount of office space that is used, whether it's by one company or all companies. There's just a lot going on out on Bayfront. And then as far as the air quality, my concern is that the standards that were used during the Connect Menlo process does not take into account of existing conditions. The health disparities in District 1 are a lot more significant than any other area of Menlo Park, from my understanding, not just because of COVID. Our neighborhood had 51% of the COVID cases in Menlo Park, but also because of our location. We are surrounded by fumes and we have a low tree canopy. And I don't believe that what is in the Connect Menlo document around air quality is adequate for existing conditions. Where a report just came out where I believe it is 51% of the households has at least one person with asthma, along with the air quality being 23% worse than any other area of Menlo Park. And so knowing that information, there's no way for me not to make every effort to include it in any project that comes before council, because it is the existing conditions of the neighborhood. And I don't believe that EIRs take people in the same consideration as they do projects. And so I know that our safety element is in the process of being updated, along with an environmental justice element. Our safety element hasn't been updated since 2013. And so what we have for noise ordinance for air quality is a lot different than what the existing conditions are. And so I don't believe that the mitigation measures are adequate. And I know legally I can't require the project to include it, but I know I can state it publicly and ask that it can be considered. especially since I hope that our city is able to update all three, our housing element, our environmental justice element, and the safety element in January in 2023, which is just a couple months away. My other concern, and I did not read the entire document, so it may be in there. So Mr. Peralta, please tell me if it is. I'm concerned about sea level rise and flooding further exacerbating the conditions for the Belhaven neighborhood. So if all the projects around us are built at the right level and the community is in a flood zone, will it exacerbate flooding for us? And I don't know if it says it in the documents or not, but if you have the information, I'd appreciate it.
So actually, let me, excuse me, what I'd like to do. No, that's great. No, that's great. What I wanted to do is, we've got a list that is growing, yes, and there are some items which are on several people's lists. So why don't we ask the staff and applicant to respond to, well, actually, does anyone want to take any of these first? Councilmember, Vice Mayor Willison.
Thank you. I just wanted to build off some of the circulation transportation. So I said I had big things, little things, transportation things. So I feel like now might be an appropriate time for me to throw in my transportation things. So my transportation things had three things. And they were, the way I broke it down are kind of like different categories. So one would be some of the LOS improvements. And so if you've followed my comments over the last few years, when we study a project, we don't just do CEQA, the environmental study. We also have our own city standards for level of service at intersections. And we then ask for improvements based on some of those metrics. And I'd like to, so the three transportation things, there's one, especially at Bay and Willow, that's generating kind of an improvement. And I don't feel like I've had an opportunity to really understand what that looks like. So I'd like to know from staff, and I'll just go through these and then we can talk about it in general, if that can kind of come back and add a step. I don't want to make the project approval or the larger conversation wait for that, but that's one thing. The second thing has to do with site access on Caltrans owned Willow Road. And I'm concerned, so actually when the applicant was going over, might have had an unintended impact on me, the progression of the project and kind of that first drawing from years ago to what it looked like and then what it finally looked like. It was showing a connection at Main Street or Hamilton. But when I look at the connection that's being really offered, the main connection that's being advertised, it's potentially the tunnel and then the elevated park connection. And both of those are like really far away, I feel like, from the Belhaven community. So it makes me really nervous to propose or to have Caltrans and the applicant work together to create these turning lanes and the circulation on the edge of the project without it coming back to council, because that connect Menlo, that the connectivity at that is really important. So I want to make sure that the council has an opportunity to really vet that some more before that gets really out of our hands. And then finally, the on-site circulation within the project itself. So as you know, I kind of come from a safe routes background, and I really feel like, I know that our Complete Streets vetted some of the circulation things, but just the magnitude of the documentation and the things we're looking at. And I feel like as someone who's really into transportation, I've been focused more on grocery stores and TOT, and I haven't really had a chance to really properly look at the circulation on site. And I'm particularly concerned about the first few blocks, or the first block at Main and Park, where there are no bike facilities once someone turns onto the project. And so I'd like that to come back. So for me, overall, the transportation, I don't think, I hope that there are conversations that can continue kind of maybe outside of or parallel to the approval process. But in terms of having to sign my name on something right now, I don't feel like I've vetted those have gone, I don't feel comfortable signing off on those at this point.
Thank you. So actually, let's talk about housing first, unless someone has another direction they'd like to go. I'd like to hear about the idea of more housing and increasing the inclusionary, and also the concern about that there is an 815 house discrepancy, which is regional, but that is something that will affect Menlo Park in addition to the region. Please.
So is, maybe for some clarifications here, are we looking for a staff response on the housing needs first, or the BMR? It sounds like the BMR might be an
Actually,
applicant
what
question.
we're looking at is how we get through this concern and whether we are able to reach. It's probably very honestly with the applicant and how willing they are to work with the council on this item.
On the item, sorry, this is Mike Gometti again with signature. On the item of the regional, the 815 regional units, or the.
Actually, Mike, let's start with the inclusionary and the request from many of the speakers and also from council to increase the amount of inclusionary housing within Willow Village.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm just gonna, hi, Mr. Giamenni, it's Vice Mayor Wilson.
Yeah.
I think one way, I can't speak for my colleagues, but I'm flexible on whether it's delivering more inclusionary housing or even to be crass, like writing us a check, like you've already offered for the 5 million. And I realize I want to acknowledge that the community amenity process took place and it felt like it was done. And so this is the kind of the one place I feel like I'm kind of coming back to the pot. I know that's not where you want us to go. But given the information that, you know, we're balancing and the need and everything, how can you make the council feel more comfortable given the the requests we're hearing for more and how critical this issue is?
Well, I appreciate that. That's one of the reasons why we added housing units from the prior iteration to this one, going from approximately 1,500 units to about 1,700 units, and you know, put forth a proposal for the senior housing to add deeper levels of affordability. To your point, you know, we went through a really robust community amenities process, had meetings with council members, subcommittee, and public hearings with the broad council, and I thought had kind of reached consensus on community amenities. At this point, given the various amenities that Meta is already putting forth, it becomes more problematic to add to. We're doing the teacher housing and have been. We agreed to add an extra $5 million and are doing the 18% in various ways. You know, the 800 units is a regional issue that is caused by lack of housing being planned in the region. not Menlo Park proper and not this small corner of Menlo Park. So we believe we're part of the solution there, not part of the problem by creating housing units. And that's what that's an overall planning need. It's not created by demand necessarily in Menlo Park. It is quite regional. But in terms of the affordable housing, we can go back and look at it, but it's very problematic given all the things we've agreed to do, adding the shuttle service and other things, through the community amenities process.
Would you be willing to reduce the amount of office then?
No, I mean, so at the end of the day, they're only getting, an increase of 3,400 workers. There's already 3,400 workers out there. And so the amount of outlay here for such a small amount of housing is actually quite extraordinary and shows Meta's continued commitment, like, that community center you were talking about that's opening up soon. That is due to Meta's largesse. I think they're your number one philanthropist and your number one taxpayer. So we're thrilled to be here. They're thrilled to be here. But I think we'd have to, sit down and have more discussions about it. I think they'll be very problematic.
Let me approach it from a different angle then.
Sure.
How about, let's talk about the phasing and the fact that we're interested in having the housing and the amenities the housing and the grocery store come online in parallel with the office. And I know that the subcommittee and Meta has met, and Signature has met many times to discuss this and go around about this. What we're really talking about is we're looking at when do people move in? When is it something operating? So that understood that oftentimes they are, in many of these cases, they are starting at the same time, but because the office goes much more quickly because it doesn't have all the infrastructure needed internally with the utilities, it goes more quickly. But in reality, what we're concerned about is the office running ahead of occupancy, running ahead of the housing and the grocery.
Sure. So I think, as the development agreement, calls out that the first residential, as currently written, would start within 120 days of the first office. And again, important to keep in mind that it's replacement office. So it's not net new office. It's, again, there's, a number of employees already out there, about 3,400. I think in the spirit of cooperation and working with the council, I think that we in Meta would be willing to condense that timeframe and potentially have the first residential building and the grocery store start, say, within 90 days. So it would be all within the same quarter. And so functionally, you're having these buildings start at the same time. As I mentioned earlier, the office, they're less complex to build because they don't have to accommodate, say, the underground parking for the parks and for the retail and to make the streets more pedestrian friendly. So I think we can condense that time frame and have a start that is very similar to the start of the office space. But if you recall the progressions that I just sent, Meta is waiting 4.5 years just to replace office space. And they're waiting 5 years and 6 years to be able to start populating the rest of their office. So it's very similar time frame to the amenities and the residential. We're talking about missing kind of perfection, if we will, by periods of like 6 to 12 months. It's not like there are years between the completion of some of the new office space and the completion of the residential. And there are provisions in the development agreement that call out that if residential doesn't start or doesn't progress to certain points, then the city retains regulatory hammers to stop new office from either being built or occupied. So getting back to your original point, yes, I think we can condense that. But because it takes longer for the residential and grocery to be built, I don't think we can match it. Keep in mind that in essence, what's paying for all of this is the new office. And there's very little new office, so to speak. There's only several 100,000 square feet of new office because about half the workers are replacement office and half are new. And that's what that 30% reduction in office did, was it curtailed the amount of economic activity. And we think it results in a better plan. And we're happy that for council input, planning commission input and community input, and we're back here with this project, but we need to have the economic engine to be able to move this forward.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash, and thank you, Mr. Gilmetti. I appreciate the explanation. And I believe the concern is around the jobs, housing imbalance.
Sure.
And I don't know the answer to this, but do you think that with the office coming on sooner than housing, that would actually exacerbate the jobs, housing imbalance, even though the first phasing of your office is just replacement?
Well, I don't think the replacement space and the replacement workers do exacerbate the jobs housing because they're not net new workers. It's basically the same worker base. Once new employment comes online, whether here or elsewhere, ostensibly that would contribute to the imbalance. But you have to look at the timeframes here. Again, we're talking 6-12-month intervals. We're not talking that office space is done and then 5 years later residential is done. It's just a matter of construction timelines. So everything is started, as I noted, by the time all of the office space is working. And so, a year later, by 2029, all of the 1,700 are built. 1,700 units are built. 2028, all of the units in phase 1 are built. So they're very, in the scheme of things, they're very minor time periods.
And during the construction, the first phase of the office, those office workers will still be working locally or remotely, because they clearly won't be working on the site.
Sure. Yeah. Obviously, when we demolish and do the infrastructure, sure. Yeah, those folks will be at different locations. Around Meta's offices.
And my other, this is more of a comment, and that's because totaling out all of the housing that is being built in District 1, it's roughly 2,827 units with roughly 645 units of BMR. And I doubt that any other area of Menlo Park is absorbing that kind of growth when it comes to housing. I do understand the jobs, housing imbalance, and folks are looking at the overall number of jobs versus the overall number of units. So if we have 15,000 jobs and 3,000 units, there's an imbalance. And I think people are looking at that number. And I do understand the request for having more inclusionary, because the fact is, when these apartments come online, the 1,000 units minus the affordable ones, how much will they be? $4,000 a month? $5,000 a month? I don't know.
Yeah, I can't.
But I know what Anton Menlo is going for. I know what Elon is going for. So solving the jobs, housing imbalance, there has to be an effort by every council and projects. And so I'm glad that you understand why we ask.
Sure, of course. I'm glad, by the way, that there's housing advocacy. I've been in the business for 30 years, and the first 25, there was no advocacy for housing. So I applaud your efforts.
Mayor Nash.
About the housing. Yeah, I just, like I said, it's the first time I'm hearing my colleagues' thoughts on this, so I'm trying to absorb everything as we go. I guess this is just related to, I'm trying to think, at the end of the day, did the pros outweigh the cons, and are the residents getting what they wanted, what they thought they were going to get, when they thought they were going to get it. And I reflect back on Commissioner Harris at the Planning Commission reading a comment from a resident in Bellhaven, excited to take her kids in a wagon to the grocery store, crossing Willow Road to get there. And thinking about how old that kid is going to be, and the kid will probably be driving a car and not in a wagon getting across the street. And meanwhile, that kid could get displaced, or that family could be priced out in the time they're waiting for the grocery store to come in. And I know, one project can't solve the world's affordability issues and the problems of an entire region. But I have seen projects come through Menlo Park where I don't feel that the council pushed hard enough. So while I get that asking for more is problematic for you, for the community, it's problematic if the council isn't fighting and pushing for every dollar we can get. And that's a really hard one for me to swallow, feeling like we're not getting enough with this deeply affordable. And so that's why I was just thinking of what would be the simplest way to address this urgent community need. And for me, that's upfront dollars and more dollars. So I would just urge you to really take that request seriously, because at the end of the day, we have to look our residents in the face and tell them, you're going to have to wait, and you're going to have a lot of construction impacts, and hopefully you'll be around to see the benefits. So thank you for hearing us out, or for hearing me out on this.
Thank you.
So housing affordability is one of the issues which we've been talking about. The other one, which I'd like more information on, is the phasing where we're talking about matching the housing with the offices. Could you please go through looking at not when the start dates are, but when the end dates are for the housing, as well as, I know you just did that for the grocery store, for the amenities. Could you do that with the housing and the office, please?
Sure. I'm happy to. If you can see my screen. Again, kind of going through, we're starting approximately 330 units with the first replacement. Again, I'm offering up within the same quarter. We've got another another 100 and some odd units, and now you have over here 500 units starting.
Excuse me, one moment. What I'm looking for is not quarters, I'm looking for years. Like.
Okay, sorry.
You mentioned.
Yep, it's down the bottom. I should reference that. I'm sorry. So the second half of 24 is when we would start the first replacement office and the first residential. The first half of 25 is when we could start another residential and two of the first new office buildings. So you've got about 500 units under construction. Still nothing occupied here. But I've started now two more residential buildings. So now I've started all of the buildings in phase one. A question I'd heard from a member of the public at one point was, why can't you just start all the buildings together? Well, it is a complicated site. There's a lot going on here. And so we need some areas for, for staging for the construction folks out there to kind of supervise everything. So we do have a phase two, and we picked these two parcels because they didn't have a grocery store. They weren't, senior affordable. They didn't have retail. And so it was a good place to stage, and it wasn't the park areas. So we have 1,000 units under construction and none of the office complete. Now we're into 2026, still nothing complete. 27 here, or excuse me, late 26 is the first residential building and all of the replacement office. Now skip into 27, the first half of 27, And we've got,
Excuse me, can we stop for 1 second?
Sure.
So the first residential building is parcel 6, and
Yes.
that is,
it's about
looking at-
down over here on the left. It's about 180 units.
it's 178 units, 18 of which are BMR.
I don't have the exact number, but yeah, it's
That's off your
approximately-
chart. So
Yep,
yes.
yep.
And that is in 2026?
Right, but it's also the first time that any office is available. So it's not like that office becomes available years earlier,
And so
and it's replacement office.
01, 05, and 06 are all 2026 as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we keep going?
Yes, please.
Okay, so the next year 5, I got all the parks done, which is now 27, excuse me. And I've got 600 units complete and all 1,700 units under construction. So everything is underway. And again, as it relates to those replacement spaces, those workers are already housed here. So they may move to other offices on an interim basis, et cetera, but they're already workers here. They're already housed here. So now we've got the first 2 new office spaces, and we've got 600 units complete and 1,000 underway, and that's in 2027. Second half of 27, really the same situation. Now I have the final office space occupied, and the next year I have all of my phase 1, which is 1,000 units complete and 700 underway. And the next year is when those 700 are underway. So in this particular case, we lag 6 months before, the extra 6, from the final occupancies, and then we lag a year, for the final, phase, what we call parcel 4 and parcel 5. So these aren't years. It's about as close as we can get to, balancing this kind of I go, you go.
And when are parcel 4 and parcel 5 completed?
The following year, I think it's.
So 2029?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
And the other thing to note is, again, that the $5 million that we talked about through the community amenity process, that starts coming in early on. The way we've put it in the development agreement, it's 2 million in the first year and $1 million per year for 3 years for subsequent years. So that goes early on, and the teacher housing is ongoing, and that's early on as well. So the other piece of in essence, the housing part is the economic development. We've got really good paying union construction jobs, paying prevailing wage and healthcare with healthcare benefits. That allows those folks to be able to afford to live in the area and work in the area. So we're really excited about that. The project's trying to be a lot of things to a lot of people. It's trying to provide parks, it's trying to provide affordable housing, union jobs, resiliency and climate change, and we're really proud of it. And if you look at the exterior around this, it opens itself up in every possible way to the surrounding communities through paseos and bike lanes, through public parks, through elevated parks and overpasses. And through retail and hotel and kind of main streets.
Mayor Nash, may I speak?
Please, Miss Councilmember Mueller.
So the one thing I'm hearing what everybody's saying tonight, what the applicant's saying, and the one thing that I do feel sort of obligated to discuss is just from a due process perspective on the community benefits package. I've sort of lost track of with all the things that are being asked for, what is the community benefits package now at from a dollar amount? Because, and the reason why I say that is not because I don't think everything that's being asked for are good things, But because in our prior meetings, we were presented with the community benefits package with a dollar amount attached to it. And the council actually negotiated, in that meeting to lessen the dollar amount of the community, of what the community benefits package was worth. And so tonight, and I am guilty of it myself, because I wanted to make sure that we had a good TOT guarantee to make sure the project always penciled. But we all came with a lot of asks, and they're all good asks, but I don't know how big that community benefits package is getting and how it relates to the project in terms of what our legal counsel or our professional staff will tell us is appropriate. And so I only raise that for everyone's consideration, because I just, from a due process perspective, I have no idea where we are now in terms of what that dollar amount is. But I know we all in good faith are talking about things that are important to us. So anyway, I just offer that for consideration.
Thank you. So let's talk about I certainly am not done with the other pieces yet, but I'm trying to figure out some places where we can get some traction. The operations and a commitment for actually getting an operating business, not just the structure. Again, I know that the subcommittee and signature has been around the block numerous times on this. That is something that it seems like we've got some quite a few council members who are interested in that. It is important. It's something where not just when the grocery store is available, but making sure that we actually have a grocery store that is available and is available long-term, which I know is also what you want and what makes the Willow Village residences viable and attractive. So it's beneficial to the existing community as well as the new community. How do we get some assurance that there will be a grocery store that is operating, that we actually will have someone move in and that they will be viable long-term?
Well, by background, and again, to state the obvious, this is Meta's headquarters, not necessarily this site, but this is, its home base. It's senior executives down to its, junior people all drive by here and take pride in it. So certainly, to your point, no one at Meta nor our team wants to see anything not succeed, right? So I think we're all coming at this from the right point of view and the right kind of emotional mentality. As it relates to the grocery store, obviously, Meta is not in the business of operating grocery stores, nor is our company, but we are developers with a lot of experience developing retail. We believe, and we actually got a third party, one of the premier data analytics company for the grocery industry, Intellytics, out of I think Michigan. We commissioned a study for them, and they actually show that this would be a site that would outperform. We've had discussions with a number of national grocers, and we have gotten a lot of interest from folks. So we're very, very confident on background here that this will work. To top that off, normally on a retail lease, a developer like me would build out the shell of the building and then would hire a broker and lease out spaces. We would tell a tenant, we'd like you to pay us X in rent. There'd be some kind of small allowance given to them. But in this particular case, what Meta's agreed to do for the grocery store is functionally fund the construction of it. That's the 30+ million in build out monies. And then it's agreed to 2 years of free rent. So we believe that is sufficient because if you talk to a grocer, their cost of capital, or excuse me, the cost for them to open up is de minimis. They're basically stocking their shelves and hiring employees. So it's not a high risk proposition where they have a high hurdle rate to clear. So we feel very comfortable that this would happen, but we can't agree to an operational covenant because we are not that third party. So if it's XYZ grocery store, then we'll have a lease with them, and we would expect them to operate. There are a couple examples being bandied about in the press about some trials and tribulations of the Edgewood Center in Palo Alto and on Embarcadero. That was a unique circumstance where they had a grocer that abandoned the California marketplace and literally just picked up and left. So the developer had to deal with getting rid of that and then finding a new grocer, and they did. So the site was vacant for about 18 to 24 months while they dealt with that, and they've had a grocer ever since. So they've been in since about 2017. So we feel confident that this will receive a great grocer, and we're putting our money where our mouth is by essentially promising $33 million of subsidy to that grocer. I just don't think they find that deal anywhere. And we've been talking to established grocers and have gotten good feedback. Not fly by night. These are established stores.
Thank you.
I might add one thing. We're also committing to a zoning so we're committing to a configuration of the store, and we're committing that we can't convert it. So I can't all of a sudden go put residential or retail in that space. So we've got to kind of go the distance here.
Thank you. There was concern about the hotel taxes, the gap payment, and that it's the gap payment, I believe, I'll look to legal counsel, is for 17 years. But that beyond that, what happens?
Well, the way the development, I'll defer to your city attorney, but the way I interpret the development agreement to read now is that payment would stop after 17 years. And that, by the way, that 17 years is regardless of whether or not the development agreement is extended past 10. I think we certainly don't want to put the city in a worse economic shape. So the way the development agreement is worded is, if for some reason a hotel, we use all our best efforts to get a hotel to the site, and we actually believe the market will be there and then some with a robust office project here and the housing and whatnot. But let's say we're not able to, we would have a meet and confer with city staff and try and come up with other uses that would potentially reduce that gap. And I think we're incented to do that because we want the lowest possible gap, but also we feel a responsibility to the city of Menlo Park. I think what we can do is work with staff on some kind of scenario where, if after 17 years we don't find someone and that gap is still out there, or we find an alternative use and there's still a gap, that we could create some kind of fund so that the city can in essence fund that gap into the future. So I heard that from I think tonight from all four of you, from Councilman Mueller, Taylor, Wallison, and you, Mayor Nash. So we can work on that. We certainly don't want to leave the city in the lurch. So we'll work with staff to try and kind of bridge that out into the future.
Thank you. That's good news. Does staff want to discuss that at all, or I'm sorry, Councilmember Taylor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I thought you asked the question of our legal.
I just asked what the current situation was. So thank you.
I do have a follow-up question through the mayor, and
Please.
that is for Mr. Gelmetti. This will be the last question I ask about the grocery store unless something new comes up. And that is, can you address what Vice Mayor Willison suggested as far as the 2 to 5 years, just in case?
Sure. I think the short answer is I just don't think it's needed. We have good interest from established grocers, and we are we've shared with the council a study from one of the more prominent grocery market research companies in the nation, saying that this is I think it said it's in the top 5%. So we just don't think it's needed. And, candidly, in our other, sites, around the Bay Area, we've been able to attract, these types of users. This is a really dynamic property. You've got thousands of Meta employees in existing campuses and this new campus, and you've got lots of underserved residents, Belhaven, EPA, East Palo Alto, all of these areas are underserved. And I think, as one of the residents said at the end, I can't remember his name, but it's kind of been a chicken and egg. And I think this is a site that has enough critical mass to be able to bring that greater good in the form of retail. It's got density, it's got beautiful locations, it's got parking, it's got places to recreate. So you're going to have people coming on to use the parks. And candidly, you and Mayor Nash, asked us to provide shuttle service to help increase that flow of greater area residents, from Belhaven and surrounding Bayfront to get to this site more easily. And we agreed. And so we offered to, put that shuttle into effect at great cost. But we think that's a good community benefit, and we think that'll actually help our retailers. So for all those reasons, I don't think it's needed. But I'll tell you, the last thing that we want is any kind of dormant spaces. So we're going to do everything we can to fill those. And we have not, not succeeded yet in that endeavor.
Vice Mayor Willison.
I think it's wonderful how optimistic you are, and we want to, I think I can probably speak for all of us, we want to follow you in your optimism. Given how hopeful it all seems, I just don't quite understand the hang up then of some mechanism for,
Sure.
God forbid, if it doesn't go in the way of unicorns and rainbows,
Sure.
and we need another few extra years. Hopefully we never have to use that. And it sounds like from your commentary that it doesn't seem likely. But again, given the centrality of the grocery store to this whole thing,
Right.
I feel like this is something the community needs to have that.
So I appreciate, look, I don't want to get an argument over it, because I think you're coming at it from a great spot. You're looking to look out for the community and want to make sure things happen. And I think that's a great thing. I think we feel that we're spending $33 million to make it happen. And so we're very much incented to make it happen. And the last thing we want is a big empty space at the entrance of our project. It's if anything, it's embarrassing, but also it's a big waste of money, where the $33 million builds out the space, but the cost to build the shell are also tens of millions of dollars. So, we will be looking to monetize some $50 million worth of work. And so we will be looking to find a grocery store. So I think we can look at it, but I feel like we've we've given our part on this. You know, with $33 million plus the shell that I can't change unless I come back to the council and get your approval to change it.
Let me work on something else then.
Sure.
On the traffic, I would like to get some input from staff as well as the applicant on the request to change the 20% standard reduction. I'm trying to, from net to gross, and this is on lower daily trips. And very honestly, I am not looking for it. I'm looking for it for the offices is where I'm perplexed. I am buying the idea that on the retail and housing that there is a need to have more leniency. So I would like to understand why that is beneficial to allow more trips, allow the office campus to have more trips by using gross rather than net.
All right, so thanks for the question. I'll start from a staff standpoint here. From a planning standpoint, we do have members of our transportation team available as well. And then it sounds like the final part of that question might be more appropriate for the applicant in terms of the viability side of it. But so the city has a ordinance to reduce trips, and it's through its TDM plans that are required for projects. And so the city's standard practice is to run the transportation analysis and based on the standard trip generation rates, reduce it first based on proximity to other land uses, mix of uses in a building, overall circulation, transit in the area. There's a couple factors that the Institute for Transportation Engineers applies to that. You end up with a net amount of trips. And then our standard practice is to take the 20% requirement or 20% reduction requirement from those net trips. In this case, the applicant submitted a request to modify that to take the 20% reduction off the gross trips before accounting for any of those kind of passive reductions, if you will. So once again, the mix of uses, proximity, those kind of non-active trip reductions. So in terms of the project, the office as proposed has a trip cap that incorporates those gross or those reductions off the gross trips for the daily. And then the mixed use has its own separate reduction. From a staff standpoint, we did evaluate it, and the Planning Commission staff report does identify that staff felt that for this project, there could be some justification to look at the reduction off the gross versus net trips, specifically for or especially for the mixed use component where there's multiple users, operators, residents, and there's a synergy between the mixed use component and the office component. For the same purpose, I think the staff evaluation did find some merit in the applicant's request. And so there was that recommendation in the Planning Commission's report. So with that, I think the viability question might be for the applicant on any further reductions, it sounds like. But the gross and net, that is something staff evaluated and found that there was merit in modifying that standard.
And essentially, it allows 2,400 more daily trips from the office.
Correct. So I think compared to what you would see if the TDM ordinance was applied off of the net, that's correct. There is a difference of 2,400 trips. In both scenarios, there's a reduction from standard trip generation rates. So the TDM plan is applied, does reduce trips, but certainly there is a difference of 2,400 trips for the office campus portion specifically, yes.
Per day.
Per day, daily trips, yes, correct.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Giametti.
Yeah, thank you. So kind of maybe one big picture and then kind of viability. Meta is probably, if not the industry leader, one of the top industry leaders and innovators on trip reduction. They have a 50% trip reduction at this point. And I don't want to feel like we're punishing them for not getting an extra little bit versus all of the office, suburban office users that don't do anything like that, big and small companies. That's kind of more big picture. As it relates to the details here, I think the issue here is the notion, and I'll have my colleague Eric Harrison kind of chime in on details, but I'll leave you with that. I think we're being penalized because we're a mixed use kind of walkable community. If we didn't have a community like that and we were showing, say 20,000 trips, we would take off, from that number. But because we're able to reduce, single occupancy vehicle trips because of the, I think, hopefully well-planned nature of this with retail and housing and residential, and office space, we're able to achieve a reduction in essence car trips and not being able to take off that gross, but now having to take off the net. So if we reduce 1,000 single occupancy vehicle trips, now it's like that makes it worse to go forward instead of being rewarded for reducing that upfront. So I don't know, Eric, can you speak to the details?
Good evening, Mayor Nash. Mike's done a very good job of describing, but the penalty is, in our case, it's that we've created a very walkable mixed-use community that provides employment in close proximity to residential, shopping in close proximity to residential, and recreation in close proximity to residential. So if you looked at a typical residential project that the council has approved recently within the Bayfront area, they're looking at a trip reduction from gross 20% to their new required measure that they're trying to hit from a TDM standpoint. With our standpoint is we're looking at a gross number. You take into fact all of the mode split just from having a well-designed mixed-use community that provides the elements of nearby employment, shopping, and transportation. Those are now reduced from the gross ITE trips. Then the way staff had recommended is that we would take the 20% from that new net, and we would have an additional net below that of 20%. And that is just, in our mind, punitive compared to being able to incorporate those elements of a well-designed mixed-use community that provides for a robust amount of mode split as part of the overall transportation regime without relying on single occupant vehicles.
I might just finish by saying it's just infeasible to have a lower amount of office folks. Again, it's already at 50%. The parking count is 3,000 spaces per functionally 7,000 employees. So the incentive is not to drive. It's to do the buses, the trams, et cetera, and obviously to live locally. So we appreciate the efforts, but again, we feel like it's penalizing an industry leader versus rewarding them and encouraging others to join, and penalizing the project for being an industry leader in terms of trip reduction for cars.
So first of all, thank you so much. I do acknowledge that Facebook has done magnificent efforts Meta has done magnificent efforts to get people out of single occupancy vehicles, and that is to be applauded. I guess that's why I don't understand the hesitation to do this, because first of all, as I understand it, these numbers are based on office square footage. And so you're reducing the number. I guess with Meta's excellent record, I don't understand why it's not possible to meet, why it isn't easy to meet this count. If in fact they're already reducing 50%, this is only asking for 30% reduction. So what is the difference between what's being requested, which is 20%, but I believe I read somewhere in that document that it's more closer to 30% when it's using net rather than, I'm sorry, using gross rather than net. But that's obviously 50% reduction, which is what you've stated both in the Planning Commission and just now, and I believe it's what I've heard, would greatly exceed 30%. So please help me understand this.
Yeah, I'll let Eric do the detail, but my analogy is, I hate to use a meat analogy, but all the fat has been trimmed. There's the amount of the cost and the effort to get the next person out goes up exponentially. So it's like, picking on California versus West Virginia for greenhouse gases. Are we perfect? The answer is no. We're doing everything we can, and it just becomes prohibitively more expensive at this point going forward. But Eric can again talk more about the details as you're related to the 30% and 50%.
I just want to set a couple of premise aspects. Is Meta achieves roughly a 50% mode split with employees, meaning roughly 50% of the employees arrive to work other than driving in a single occupant vehicle. And that's indicated by the number of parking spaces that are proposed for the office campus. I believe we're right around 3,300 parking spaces, and we have just shy of 7,000 employees or 7,000 workers. So from a big picture standpoint, we understand that of workers that are driving via single occupant vehicles, that's roughly 3,300 trips on a daily basis. Then we look at what are the balance of those trips that make up the average daily trips. Is often you may have an employee that leaves and comes back. So that's additional trip, meaning that they may not be sitting in their seat all day. Also, there are deliveries, there are visitors, there's other business that comes in and interacts, other consultants, et cetera, that come in, contract workers or whatever it may be that come in from time to time that make up the total. What we're talking about is that right now is the 18,237 trips is the total daily trips that occur over a 24-hour period. And we look at that from an aspect of not necessarily is it always driven by the number of employees that are arriving, because there are only less than half of the employees there are parking spaces for. So the majority of the employees are finding another way to work. And so the balance, as Facebook has kind of proven from time to time, is with their other annual reports at their other campuses, it's made up from other activities that are part of their daily business activities.
And Eric, to clarify, the project does meet the 30% reduction in peak hour.
Yes.
Right.
Mayor Nash, I apologize for this interruption. Given the time, are we able to extend the meeting past 11 p.m.?
Thank you. Do we have agreement to extend? We'll stop at 11:30. Excuse me? Councilmember Mueller.
I'm fine with stopping at 11:30, but it's becoming apparent to me that there's not going to be a vote taken tonight. So if that's not going to happen, then I just encourage people to be judicious.
Thank you. So let's save the rest of this discussion and for a later time. Let's turn to City Manager Murphy at this point, and I believe that we have polled for, actually, let's take a 5-minute break.
All right, having our city council return to our virtual and in-person days. Mayor Nash, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you. So I guess the first order of business is we will be unable to complete by 11:30. We are going to have to work past 11:30. Do we need an additional vote or anything at this point for that?
I may defer.
Thank
to
you,
our
staff.
city attorney.
Pardon me?
I may be deferring to our city attorney about an official motion to continue this
Continue
meeting,
beyond
or
11:30,
this item.
just so we're not distracted in the
Because did you just take a motion to continue to 11?
to 11:30.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, then we're by acclamation, we can continue the meeting until 11:30. So sorry, I misunderstood the question.
So go for,
Yeah,
we're ready?
good to go.
Good.
Yes, by
Okay.
acclamation, we're set.
So essentially, we are not getting the movement that we need to embrace this project at this point. There are some priorities that are needed in order to that are needed. I will ask my fellow council members to jump in as needed, but I will start with, we are looking to have a grocery store up and operational by winter of 2026. We are looking to have 3 additional years of subsidy. Hopefully that will never be needed, but we need additional assurance that the grocery store will remain operating as the rest of the housing, as everything comes online, and just to have an assurance, and hopefully it will be a rosy picture, but we need some assurance. The housing, we need to move the housing up. And we compare it with the office, but we need completion of some of the housing with the office, and we can go through exactly what it is, but I'm looking for other. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I agree that we need to move the timeline up on some of the, not just the amenities, but also on the housing. It has been an issue along with the grocery store that has been brought up in multiple public comments. And we want to make sure that we're addressing the concerns that our residents have.
So I would, at this point, say we will start with those two and get your reaction. Please.
So I think that in the spirit of good faith, we know that you're coming at this from every bit the good place, and we think we are too. We'll work on the phasing and seeing what we can do to kind of accelerate certain aspects, but the mandating that the grocery store is open by the winter of 26, if we running this out the fastest possible way with all the infrastructure, that's just not physically possible. If the very first building we started was that residential, it's about 33 months to build that, and then a grocer needs about 9 months to build out. So that's over 4 years after the infrastructure. So could we shave some time off that? The answer is yes, and we'll work with you and staff to do that. But having a definitive timeline for opening, I actually just don't think that's physically possible. We've got months of engineering. We've got 9 to 12 months worth of infrastructure demo. We've got to build up the site. We've got to put in all new utilities for 55, 60 acres. So we're happy to work with you on phasing.
Through the mayor.
Please.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Gelmetti. Just when you say work on the phasing with us, how do we do that with moving the project further for approval? I mean, is that something we're going to work on tonight, or tell me how that will work?
Well, it depends. If you were planning on voting on the project tonight, it didn't sound like it was, and you were, I think, giving feedback to us to look at for a subsequent meeting, hopefully, a special meeting at the end of November, because I think it is of critical importance to Meta to know whether, hopefully that this project is approved, but to know one way or the other so they can make planning decisions that they've kind of put off for a year or two as this project has worked its way through the system. So if it's not something that you're looking to vote on tonight, then providing direction to us as applicant or to staff to look for solutions to kind of narrow the gaps in for the kind of, as I said, the I go you go, the housing and the retail and the office, we're happy to do. And as I stated earlier, there is some room that we could that we could deploy here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And the pressure is on both sides. And I'm happy that you're willing to work on the phasing. And that is, are we saying that that's direction?
Let's hear from City Attorney Doherty, please.
Thank you, Mayor. To the extent that the council and the applicant want to move this along in 2022, our recommendation is that we discuss those, the ability to work on the phasing plan tonight, and have that discussion right now in open session where the council members can communicate with one another. And the applicant and we as staff are available to assist, and then go back to the drawing board and memorialize any direction in writing, knowing what the council and the applicant agree to.
Well,
Councilmember Taylor.
Sorry.
Mayor Nash, my question was actually going to be, are we going to do one by one? Or are we just going to try to get through the phasing of the grocery store this evening?
Well, my understanding from staff is that we need to pretty much pull this together. We need the high level, is this going to make it? Vice Mayor Willison.
Thank you. I think we're all feeling the pressure. So just, so where I'm at, just so my colleagues know on the phasing and on the grocery store and the amenities, is that that I don't know if you call it the comfort level on that 3-year thing, however that's structured. In terms of the you get office, we get this, you get that, we get that. I do see what I'm looking at. So it's either like this project's going to start kind of right away, or there's going to be something and the project doesn't start right away. I like the idea of you shaving off what you can. I think I'm a little different of where the mayor and Councilmember Taylor are, and more I get where you're coming from. When I'm looking at the sequencing, it is a matter of months. So while I know that the community and the residents have been waiting for years and years and years, I don't want to, I don't want to have this be the deal breaker of a couple months on some of these sequencing things. So for me, the more important thing is that 3-year issue if needed, and the shaving where possible. And if those can be accomplished, I'm pretty satisfied in this area. It's not exactly perfect of what I would dream of, but again, I think I'd like us to see if we can get to a win-win, and we have a lot of stuff to cover. So that's where I'm at for my colleagues.
Mr. Giametti, how can we, what is the fastest we can do the grocery store and the office? I'm sorry, and the housing.
So I think we can pull, the grocery to be, the same start as the replacement office. So the grocery in that building can start at the same time as the replacement office. We're at 120 days in the development agreement. But that puts it at probably the earliest opening is the second half of 27, just because of the nature of that building. Again, it takes approximately 30 months to build the building and another 9 months for the grocer to do all of their improvements, because you go in the grocery stores, it's a lot of refrigeration equipment and air conditioning equipment and racks and storage and things like that. So it just takes longer. So but it will be underway, and it'll be underway at the same time as the very first office, the replacement office.
I'm going to throw out something to get reaction, and that is that there would be no additional office occupied until the grocery is open beyond the existing. And that would be the timeline. So this COO for the 02, 03, 04
right,
are going to be tied to a grocery store opening.
We won't be able to do that. That means that there'll be no new office space for 5 years. It won't be worth it to Meta to do this. So we can agree that all of the residential can start, that the building that hosts the grocery store will be well underway, and it'll be the first thing to start. We shave 4 months from the development agreement timeline on that first store, but we can't push out all the new office. There's really only 600 and some odd thousand square feet of new office if you think about it as it relates to the workers, and there's $190 million of community amenities tacked onto that, as well as these various burdens.
What can you do with the housing?
Well, as I said, we bumped up.
So actually, can we talk about
sure
when housing is occupied? How will that look?
Let me pull this
In other
up.
words, when we're discussing the amenities such as the grocery store, the retail, and the residential,
Right.
what is really beneficial, I think from the public's perspective, is hearing when they're going to be occupied, realizing that in construction, you look at it differently.
Well, no, we definitely look at occupancies, but we basically looked at once they're started, they're underway. You've got financing all these projects. You've got completion guarantees. When these projects start, they run through due course. So starting with this, I think we could shave 2 to 3 to 4 months off of parcel 2 here. But again, that gets us into it keeps us in 27, prevents us from going into 28, but it doesn't get us into 26 when you lay out that time frame. All of these are underway, and as Councilmember Wilson said, there are months one way or another. So we had our proposal. We bumped up parcel 2. We can look at parcel 6, possibly bumping that up 30 days as well. So 4 months here and 30 days here. Those are things I think we can agree to.
And when are they
Mayor
open?
Nash? Mayor
Yes,
Nash?
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, so I have to say, is it possible? So I'm starting to feel like I'm in a subcommittee negotiation. And what I'm wondering is, does it make sense I know we've been polled on if we could do another meeting at the end of November. Is it possible that the subcommittee could meet with Signature and Meta to try to come to an understanding on what terms would satisfy the subcommittee, taking into account the feedback from council members tonight? Because I am starting to be concerned that this is not the most efficient use of everyone's time this evening in terms of actually getting to an end result. And so to the extent that could be worked out within the subcommittee, and then also that a dollar figure be attached to what the requests are, because I appreciate that everyone has come tonight trying to advocate for the community and for the thing in the city and the things that we need, but I just have no idea what dollar amount is being attached to any of this right now in terms of what the requests are. And so to understand that is something that I really think I owe the applicant, and I owe from a due process perspective, and I owe the city. So I think that can be worked out with the subcommittee in that process. Is that fair?
And we're happy to meet with the subcommittee.
Well, I don't think we can meet this timeline if we do that. So my understanding is that we need to have a decision by the end of the year. And if we go into subcommittee negotiations, I don't believe we can do that.
If you have a meeting on, say, the 30th, I would think we'd be able to meet this week and have some discussions and have some time to put together a thoughtful negotiation and compromise to get to a staff report and a resolution at a subsequent meeting.
So I think we could do that, but it will endanger the end of the year. What we can't do is have this negotiation, then have a staff report written to go out for a meeting on the 30th. So we could continue these discussions on the 30th and then have subsequent meetings, but we cannot meet this timeline.
So, I mean, what maybe through staff?
Councilmember Nash, Mayor Nash, I'm
Yes.
happy to take a special meeting in December. Like because my big concern right now, honestly, is that we're not going to wrap tonight, and I don't think we're getting anywhere in negotiation presently. That we're just going to come back and do an open session, and it'd be very similar to this. And I think I actually think a subcommittee may be very conducive to seeing if people are going to be able to come to an agreement or not. And so I just, so I trust the subcommittee. I know how passionate and the integrity with which the subcommittee is approaching this. And I think that it's going to be best suited to deal with the applicant in that fashion, and then also give staff a chance to give us an idea of what all of that means from a financial perspective. So, but and I'm happy to take a meeting in December. So obviously it becomes problematic for me in January. So, but I offer that.
Vice Mayor Willison.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. I appreciate you trying to take this and figure out how we can get it moving. I think for me, I really appreciate that the work that the subcommittee has done to get us here. I think we're at the end and that we all need to carry this one across the finish line. And what I would propose that we do, because so in my process of preparing for tonight, I started with like a million things, and then I made it down to 100,000 things and then 10,000 things and then 100 things. Now I feel like I have like a very finite, as I previewed at the beginning, set of asks. And then whether those could be deal breakers for me, and they could be potential things we can negotiate, or they could be potential things in conversation that I could maybe let go a little or move a little. So I think it would be most helpful for us to just try to, like, as council members, figure out what we're willing to live with and what we're not willing to live with. And then if there's anything we can give on it. Like, we got to just start moving on. So I would challenge us to try to give it at least another like 20 minutes, half hour, and see if we can start just like moving. And like, for me, the way I just threw out the amenity thing, it's like, okay, just shave off some time. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be what I dreamed of when I was a little girl, of what the sequencing was going to be, but like, just move this thing. Because I think getting to a win-win would be best. So I would just challenge my colleagues if we can try that to see how that goes.
So may I respond, Mayor Nash?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so respectfully, I just don't think this is how the world works. So, and while I respect the work of the subcommittee, like we met, I think it was a month ago, and we were all asked if there was anything more, were we happy with the benefits package? And everyone was like, yeah, we're happy with the benefits package. And tonight, everyone's come with much more. And I get it, like there's been community feedback, but there's much more. And so, in that paradigm, we have to understand that the applicant, in terms of both Signature and Meta, those who work at Meta get sign-offs on authority in order to negotiate. And what has happened here is I would assume that the list of asks is in excess of what that authority could be. And so, I don't think, we can all say we're gonna, basically we're all sort of negotiating against ourselves here on both sides, because we don't really know, number one, what the dollar amount is of the asks that we've made and what the authority is to respond to them. And so that's what, and I've never seen this type of negotiation take place in an open meeting in any context on the Board of Supervisors in Santa Clara County or in any city council meeting. And so, in terms of both the asks and getting to an endpoint, I've seen asks take place, but I've never seen you actually get to that endpoint in one meeting. And there are so many here that I don't really think it's going to be fruitful to try to come, unless, people are going to hold firm and not negotiate off them, to really have a merit-based conversation unless it's in subcommittee. So I really encourage that if people, and that this go back into a subcommittee, and that people come with, both our side and their side come with their, with what their authority and all of the information. But if that's not, then I think we're going to be definitely going into another meeting where people will have to come as if in the same basis they would be going into that subcommittee meeting.
So I do not believe that, the subcommittee has been meeting excessively with Signature. I think we actually have an excellent working relationship. We enjoy seeing each other regularly, and we have been unable to come to an agreement. We need the entire council here, I think, from two perspectives. One is to make sure that everybody's priorities are satisfied, or that they individually decide that they can move on a point. So basically, what is on the table? And also because Signature needs to hear from all of us and know that they are not going to that whenever they are negotiating, that is, they're talking to the entire group. Because at this point, at the, at the end of the day, we need to all be making this decision, and there are only 4 of us. And it's, we are doing this in public. It is negotiating in public because that is what we need to do. I don't believe that we can, given the schedule, I don't believe it will work to try and have the subcommittee do this. We need all of us here to make this happen in a timely way.
Mayor Nash, can you ask the city attorney to kind of elaborate on a schedule emanating from a meeting the week after Thanksgiving?
Certainly. Ms. Doherty, please.
Sure. So given the holiday, and I'll turn to the city manager if he disagrees, but given the holiday next week, a November 30th meeting, if the agenda were to not be posted on a national holiday, would be posted on a week from tomorrow. The city manager agrees. That gives a very limited amount of time to continue negotiations outside of this meeting. But my larger concern, outside of negotiating terms and then memorializing them in the various entitling documents that we've prepared, is that we still need the full council, we need a majority of the council to agree to the terms. And so if the majority of the council who cannot speak to the terms collectively outside of a meeting doesn't get to see the new terms until the 30th, and changes are required at that time, then we are now into December for a third potential first reading. And at that point, there are not enough city council meetings to take us to a second reading, because the meeting on the 13th is not a meeting at which the city typically takes any business.
Mayor Nash, may I ask for clarification?
Certainly.
So are you saying, Ms. Doherty, that we have to make a decision tonight?
No.
All right, so we can make a decision on the 30th.
You can make a decision anytime you want. This is a.
Okay,
this
well, let
is-
me-
This is a schedule that the applicant, what I am speaking to is a desire that the applicant has stated publicly numerous times to get the project approved in 2022.
And I believe that the second reading has to be at a regularly scheduled meeting. And since we have 2 in December, one is on the 6th and one is on the 13th, that ties our hands.
That's right. The second reading needs to be at a regular city council meeting, not a special council meeting.
Speaking for applicant, we would be comfortable with the risk on the 30th. I think negotiating point by point on the dais like this, I just have never found to be successful because as Councilman Mueller said, sometimes either council or us may fail to consider the ramifications of something, and it's just point by point, and there are a lot of moving parts here. We will roll up our sleeves. We were happy to work with subcommittee and staff, and take a risk that we will you have to have the council vote out on the 30th.
Through the mayor.
Please.
I don't think any of us are suggesting that we negotiate the details, the point by point details of the various issues that have been raised tonight. I think what we are suggesting is that it will be very helpful to go into a continued meeting to know what are the points that we must revise or change collectively amongst the council members in order to get us past a first reading. We, staff, the legal team, applicant's legal team will do the work of refining those points outside of this meeting. I don't think we need that done this evening. But I do think that to the extent the council wants movement on some of these larger terms, I'd recommend you have that discussion tonight.
Vice Mayor Willison?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've come full circle and I mean, I'm going back to where I started, which was the three main things that I need worked on. One, it sounds like there's already been a concession with the TOT. Two is the going for 2 years to 5 years and shaving off time on the amenities. And then three is affordable housing, getting that payment, the $5 million sooner and making that payment larger. Those are the sticking points for me. I talked about some transportation things that I mentioned with staff. I'm hoping they can look into suggestions on how to work that into the CDP, or I don't know all the technical terms, how to make those happen. I haven't mentioned my three little things yet. One is making the shuttle.
Actually, no.
Okay, I'm not gonna go there.
Let's not
Okay.
go there yet. Let's see if we
Okay,
can
so
stay
basically
at this
like
higher level.
the high level things, if you can come back, work on that, staff, the applicant, like I'll feel like I'm in a really much better place on the 30th to make a decision after those have been vetted. So if each council member can kind of do that and kind of what are your main asks and what are you stuck on, then I feel like we could get somewhere.
So what I was, we have phasing. The phasing is the grocery store and the housing. We have the grocery store operations and actually having it partly the subsidy so that once it is up and running, that it continues for and has some sort of stability for the 5 years if needed. We have the issue that we want to make sure that we actually get a viable grocery store, that it opens its doors, which obviously is tied to the subsidy. The BMR housing that you just mentioned. The TOT has been mentioned. I will assume that the water supply is handled from my prior discussions and assume that, is that correct? And so there's a traffic circulation connectivity. With that, I think that we are looking for the tunnel, not as a community amenity, but as a necessary piece of circulation to be required. We are looking for, well, I will say I'm still hung up, but I will put it aside for right now on the traffic count, trip count, thank you. And then we have air quality. I will pass it to Councilmember Taylor right now as far as what that would entail.
I think the air quality would be a kind of a long discussion. It would actually be great to follow up with staff to talk more in depthly about it. It's more around the mitigation measures, I think are outdated.
But you see a way that there is a solution there.
Yes.
Okay. And then the sea level rise flooding.
Yes.
Same.
Yes, and that was a question I put out there. I don't need the answer now unless you have it, but just would it exacerbate the flooding, the project?
If it's a quick answer, great, please.
Through the mayor, sure. So the EIR did study as part of the hydraulic analysis, whether or not there would be an increase in flooding to neighboring properties from this project, and that was found to be less than significant. This project does have its own project mitigations, if you will, for sea level rise in terms of increased base finished floor levels. But in terms of the analysis to other properties, the project was found to not increase offsite water flow or flood flows to other properties.
Thank you. So if anyone has any other sticking points, please bring them up. I'm going to quickly go down through the Planning Commission recommendations. I believe we've covered numerous ones, but we need to make sure. Incorporate a guarantee of operation for the community amenities, which we've covered. Evaluate and incorporate a longer duration for the grocery store rent subsidy beyond the proposed 24 months we have covered. Clarify the minimum required development potential. Pardon?
So I think this meant, so I noticed that in some of the, I guess, advertisements or whatever, it was talking about 200 square feet of office. And then if you look in the development agreement, or not, sorry, not office, sorry. Looks like Mr. Parado wants to say something. No, okay. I think it was a delta between kind of what the expectations were that were being set and what the actual minimum was in the DA on the grocery store, the restaurants, and the entertainment. And one was like 200 was kind of what was being thrown out in the community. But if you actually look at the details in the DA, it was more like 78,000. So that made me really nervous. After speaking to staff, it sounds like there is already a submitted architectural plan that goes to 100 and almost 70,000. So I'm feeling more comfortable about the up tos. That's on the retail restaurant stuff. And that I couldn't really see where else that might be problematic, but I'm feeling more comfortable about the up tos.
And staff did respond in the staff report. Thank you. Modify the timing for the delivery of the community amenities to be more concurrent with the completion of the office square footage. I believe we have covered that. Provide additional financial analysis on the cost and or value of the senior standalone BMR housing building. Actually, let me pause on that for a minute. And just, are people at this point comfortable with the BMR housing and the BMR plan as is proposed? I will say I am. I'm seeing nods. Councilmember Mueller. Are you comfortable with the BMR plan? Are you comfortable with the BMR plan as proposed with the senior standalone BMR housing building?
There isn't support for that on the council right now, right?
Pardon me? There's not, the rest of you aren't supporting the BMR plan. You want it increased, right? Oh, I'm sorry. So this is, this actually has to do with the BMR senior housing, the 119 units that's being built by Mercy Housing. There was an issue there because.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
I'm supportive of that, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we are good on number 5. Reduce daily trips from the main project site by 1,000 or reduce office parking spaces commensurately. I am still hung up on that from a different perspective. Vice Mayor Willison, are you as well?
Oh, this is one I've struggled on. It sounds to me like there might not, I'm skeptical if we're going to get movement on this one, to be honest. And then it comes down to, if we don't get movement on this one, is it worth,
Well, and I actually if you don't mind. Very honestly, when I started looking into this and then I saw the daily trips, which actually is 2,400, not just 1,000. That's where I am still hung up on that. Okay, so increased funding of 10 million for programs to increase connectivity of the main project site and the surrounding area, including potential additional funding for the proposed Bayfront area shuttle. I will state that, Vice Mayor Wilson.
Yeah, this is, I mean, in a perfect world, I would love for this to happen. This is why when I went back through my top 3 things that I've been hearing from the community, this is where I think the community needs more the BMR funding. I think they're already getting a shuttle here. And so the area that I want to, that if I had to pick one, and I don't know if we can keep asking for more and more and more and more, but we can always ask. I don't know how far that's going to go, but the one I think is most important is the additional funding for affordable housing.
So I would agree with that. I would like to investigate, right now the shuttle goes for 17 years and through the DA, and I would like to see it continue as a benefit to both. Well, it's a win-win for everybody, I believe. So I would like to consider additional funding support for the shuttle beyond the 17-year DA from the applicant. Yes. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I listened to the Planning Commission on yesterday, actually, and there was discussion with a project providing a shuttle to it. So it'd be great if any projects that are on Bayfront, if they start communicating with one another, so that there's not 15 different shuttles moving around, some private, some public. So just a thought.
Yes, and that may be a way to share the funding, in which case it will not, it will help with the funding. And then the final item is require the Bayfront area shuttle to be electric. I know that's near and dear to our heart. Councilmember Taylor and I did just speak with the applicant this week, and I well, what we talked about is requiring it to be electric, and if there is some reason why it is not viable that way, then they could talk with the city manager or whatever the process was that was already outlined, but flip it so that it's required to be electric rather than it would be electric if possible. That completes Vice Mayor Willison.
I feel like this is the perfect time for my 3 little things because they dovetail off that last one and off the Planning Commission. So just want to make sure I don't go to bed tonight without having said them. So the shuttle, great. Maybe you can have language 0 emission if it can't be electric. I'll let the staff and the applicant talk about that one. The diesel generator, put some language in there if an alternative that is like a renewable or not diesel is available at the time of implementation. If not, then then the diesel generator. But the timing of these generators going in, there might be some new technology coming out that's appropriate for these commercial uses. So some flexibility in the language there. Another thing was, I believe Meta has expressed willingness to let the community, if availability is there, to use some of the event space. I would love for that to be codified somewhere, that the community or the city can use the beautiful new collaboration center, X times a year. Just want to make that ask. And then finally, the last thing I wanted to say is I believe there might be some language somewhere about staff about the city potentially having a employee or a consultant assigned as a project manager to oversee the project development and all of the nitty-gritty agreements, but to add potentially some language in there about having the applicant fund that. So those are that's about, I think that's everything I ever had to say about this project for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
The applicant came on the screen. I'd like to give Mr. Gilmetti some time.
Please.
There's a lot. I'd like to get it all. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to allow for a 5-minute break that I can consult with my team and see, some of these things, like, here are some things that there's some compromise we can put together, and here are some things that are really hard for us to do. I think we need 5 minutes.
Yes, we will, actually, we need to, I believe, agree to continue or not. So yes, please. Mr. Giametti, you've got 5 minutes.
I think, Mayor, if they would be okay, I think there's a couple other logistical things that maybe we could talk about, but I don't want to pull away their there's a separate topic about East Palo Alto.
Yes.
That if I could maybe.
So while the applicant is,
Yes, if we could.
Okay, so we will continue the meeting while you are discussing it with your team, if that's okay.
Great.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. So the city of East Palo Alto submitted a letter last Thursday. It was included in the packet directed to the city council with a few requests. And so that is something that the council could consider tonight. And I'm not necessarily talking about the substance of their request, but more the procedures that they did ask to engage. And so if the council this evening wanted to direct some outreach to the city of East Palo Alto, either by directing the mayor, the subcommittee, or certain members of the city council to reach out to East Palo Alto, that's one opportunity. Another opportunity is authorizing the drafting of a letter, but I think some sort of face-to-face conversation might be the best next step. So if that's the desire of the council, if you could identify that this evening, then we could follow up with you.
Thank you. That was on my list. And I'm seeing, yes. And how would is this actually, I would recommend that the subcommittee with the city manager and presumably the city attorney reaches out. Councilmember Mueller, any comments?
No, I don't have any comments on that. That's fine.
Thank you. So,
Great. Thanks.
Thank you
I
very
appreciate
much.
that. There's maybe potentially one other logistical thing that we could bring up if the council would be interested, related to some next steps. So the applicant is taking stock of some of the comments. I appreciate the council articulating those. We'll wait to hear from the applicant, but assuming that there are indeed things that they can work on, it would be good maybe if we could identify what the next meeting might be. And we did go through the process of polling for potential availability. So it looks like November 30th is a potential time. So if we could confirm that that does ultimately work and kind of continue this meeting to that date. If that is workable, then the second thing that we may want to broach with the council is if there are some subsequent discussions with the staff subcommittee, the applicant, and actually trying to work through some of the issues that the council just articulated. To my understanding, there'd be some updated documents. I think they'd be shown as like red line, like the changes that are currently represented in the packet for tonight versus the next meeting. And so if the focus is really what's changed between tonight and the next meeting, if that packet could be released, the minimum state law requirement would be as a first special meeting is 24 hours in advance. That may be a little tight. We typically try to meet regular meeting requirements for 72 hours plus, but given the Thanksgiving holiday and everything, if we could target the release of a packet on Monday, the 28th for the meeting of the 30th, showing any of the changes that could come out of these subsequent discussions, we think that may be it's kind of the best timeline that we'd be working towards.
That sounds very reasonable. Thank you.
Okay, great, thanks.
With the, on the 30th, and that would be at 6 PM?
Correct, that would be the target start time.
All right, polling people, 6 PM. Yes, Councilmember Mueller, 6 PM on the 30th for continuing this meeting.
Yes.
Thank you. And then I have another question that's, I have a short list of other items. Is it helpful to give it now, or should I give it just offline, or what would be the best way to do that?
I'd almost suggest if you could identify the topic areas. We don't need necessarily all the items, but then we could follow up with you as long as we know what the topics are. I think that would be helpful to get those out this evening. You're not sure. You said it was a short list. Do you
Well,
want to wait for the applicant though? For
That's
those?
what I'm
Yeah, exactly.
thinking.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
City Manager Murphy, was my, I guess, direction or questions related to the transportation items clear? Or has that been registered by staff, and do I need to say any more about what I'm hoping to?
Yes, it was registered by staff, but let me look to Mr. Parada to see if we could just summarize them this evening. I think some of them were stated earlier, I think, so just make sure that we've got the basics covered so that there's no surprises of what we're following up on.
Sure. So let me pull up my notes, but I think most were talked about. It probably would benefit the applicant though to run those topics down quickly once the applicant comes back on screen or is more available in the meeting this evening. I think that would be helpful, but I think in general, from a staff perspective, we tend to have touched on those throughout this evening, but maybe for the clarity for the applicant, since we're working through that, that would be helpful.
Mayor Nash, may I comment on something? Because something's confused me.
Please. Councilmember Mueller.
In the discussion about the efficacy of whether or not working in subcommittee would work, the argument was presented that the entire council was needed because the applicant needed to know the entire council was on a position. But what I don't understand is, and I think it's evidently clear this evening, when there's only 4 council members who can vote, a subcommittee of 2, when holding firm on a topic, like, can stop things. So, I mean, we're not in a position where a subcommittee meeting with them, an applicant would think, well, I can go get 3 other votes. So, you know, I understand. If the subcommittee decides after this meeting it does want to engage with the applicant to try to knock down some of these things before we meet again, I'll have no objection to that.
Thank you very much. That's good to know.
I'll support that also, so necessary.
Thank you. So let's go to a 5-minute recess. We will reconvene at 12:15.
All right, having our city council back at our virtual and in-person dais. Mayor Nash, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you. And I will now look to Mr. Giametti to report out.
Sure, thanks. So I know you guys obviously kept your meeting when we were trying to caucus. I want to make sure I have all the issues. We heard about diesel, we heard about electric shuttle, we heard about potentially continuation of the electric shuttle. We heard about affordable housing. We heard about the gap, the fiscal thing for the hotel. We heard about the grocery and extending some kind of additional subsidy. And we heard, at least I heard, to try and push forward the residential. Am I missing items? I want to make sure I have a comprehensive list.
I actually did find one other that we had missed, and that's construction hours.
Okay. So if that's the list in totality, I think here are some things that in general we're willing to do. On the diesel, I think, yes, there isn't a diesel on the market, or excuse me, a generator on the generator. There's not one on the market that would work with buildings of this size. That's why hospitals use diesel. If there is a commercially available generator, when we need to purchase them and kind of fit it in with the electrical and mechanical systems for these buildings, we would be willing to trade up for a one with a smaller environmental footprint. So that shouldn't, I think we're in agreement on the shuttle. We're fine with the electric unless infeasible. And feasible to us just really means that it needs to run its route. So if it's a 12-hour route, we just need to make sure that it can do that without having to kind of poop out on us. So we're comfortable with that. With the gap payment, I think we were comfortable with that. We said so. With the grocery, we would propose that we're fine with 5 years, but not as free rent per se. We would put up to another $1 million in subsidy towards that if is below certain sales targets. Again, our goal isn't to have, nor do I think it's yours, corporate welfare for large national corporations, but to incent them to come and sign a lease and move forward. So if that's what it takes to get them to come in and sign a lease and move forward, we're willing to do that for the longer time period. As it relates to the affordable housing fee, we can add an additional $1 million to the $6 million that we've put in, and we can put it in the first year's payment. With regard to the residential building that houses the grocery store, we can start that with the very first office building. In this case, would be one of the replacement buildings. And we can move the second one to within the same quarter. So it would be within 90 days. And that is what we call P6. And so those are now accelerated, and those are starting all within the first replacement early on in the first replacement ones. I think what else? The other thing that has come up that didn't make it in tonight is we did agree, or we had been looking at whether or not the elevated park was, if it wasn't the portion over Willow, if for some reason, despite our best efforts, we weren't able to get that approved, we'd be willing to pay a formula that was around 100% of the construction cost of that versus 50%, which is what's in the DA. So that is, instead of approximately, I think, $10 million, it's approximately $20 million.
Thank you very much. That's excellent. Vice Mayor Willison.
Thank you, Mr. Giametti. I just want to make sure I heard, reflect back what I
Yeah.
think I heard to make sure I heard it right. So the grocery store, totally agree. You're not in the, I forgot you had a great phrase for it, corporate charity or something. You said $1 million. So is that for the 5? Because it looks like it's $1 million a year.
Yeah, that's in addition to the 2 that we've already covered.
So we're getting to 3 years, not.
Well, either that or it's a not 100, it's not free rent, but it's a subsidy against 5.
Okay. And then,
I think there's a number of ways we can slice that.
Yeah.
Basically, we have potentially 3 million in our toolbox instead of 2, and that could be reduced rent or free rent. The point is, we want to have a hook in the water to get a, recognized and quality grocery store to come into the area.
okay. And then for the affordable housing, so the original, or not the original, but the newer thing was $5 million over a 3 or 4 year period or whatever. I can't remember exactly what that was. And now you're saying instead of the 5 million over that period of time, a 6 million, but a lump sum at the beginning.
We can agree to that.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
And one additional clarification, and that is on the gap payment ongoing longer. Did you have a number of years that you were thinking about that?
Yeah, we
Or
would
is that-
propose 10 years, because I mean, that takes you out 27 years. The fiscal impacts of just about everything will be different 27 years from now. So it's the 17 plus 10. And we'll figure out a formula on that to, with a discount rate and cost of capital and whatnot.
Thank you. That sounds good.
The one thing I didn't mention is the shuttle. What we'd like to do after 17 years on this is have in essence, a meet and confer. I think we're good citizens. Meta's been here for a long time, plans to be here for a long time. But not knowing what, traffic patterns, shuttle uses, or how people are, what modes of transportation they're doing in 17 years from now, we'd like to have a meet and confer and be able to, mutually agree that this is something that we want to continue.
Mayor Nash, can I ask for clarification? Is the gap payment related to the TOT from the hotel?
Go ahead.
That's my question.
That was my assumption.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And so I would just add on the shuttle that you had actually had ages ago, the idea that that you would be interested in talking with other developers in the area and seeing if they would all go in on the shuttle. So yes, thank you.
We're happy to do that. I think that's great. Obviously, there's risk, there's costs and benefits in terms of the headway and the stops and all that kind of stuff. So we want to make sure it stays efficient.
We had one other thought while we were on break, and that was on I believe it's the 5th office building for the COO. To have the COO for the 5th office building contingent upon the COO for final COO for RS6 and for RS2.
RS2 we won't be able to do because it's just it's closer, but it's a lot more complicated. RS6, I thought we had, I gotta go back and look.
You do
sorry.
have RS6 there.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think
So we were
we're-
trying
we're-
to add RS2 and then, so I guess I will not ask for the COO of the grocery.
Yeah, that's even another 9 months past that. So again, sorry to beat a dead horse, but that I need that economic driver, and I'm already having to correct myself. So Councilmember Willison, I'm gonna have to retract my 6 million all up front. I think we can do it in 2 payments versus 6. So I would propose 3 and 3. They're just this project is so front loaded with everything, and Meta is very as anyone would be, by the way, conscious of the front loaded costs here. So I would propose that it would be at the start of vertical construction and on the first anniversary thereof.
Can you remind me what years what year was vertical construction?
It would be, I think the first office building would be, towards the end of next year.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize. Doing everything on the fly here.
So I don't know that we're ready at this point to give a resounding hooray, but we're much closer. Thank you so much. And it's mostly just, we need to really look at this and process it.
I think if you do, I think back to the good deeds that this great corporate partner in Meta has done with and for the city for a number of years now. And they are very interested in continuing to grow and do good things with and for this town.
Thank you. We would definitely agree with that, and also have concerns about the impacts and just need to make sure that we are thinking holistically about this, and especially about the housing and the amount of office with the housing that's coming, honestly. I guess at this point, we did have a request to go back through, Vice Mayor Willison had a few comments that she made. I have a few that I wanted to just add. Hopefully this is something that's we can run through fairly quickly. I don't know if Councilmember Taylor or Councilmember Mueller also have items. Vice Mayor Willison, please go ahead with yours.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So I do want to thank Mr. Giametti for the concessions that he just offered. They are acknowledged and appreciated. I brought up, I believe, when you were talking to your team, some transportation topics to staff, and they thought it would be a good idea to just run them by you. And full disclosure, I did meet with the applicant earlier and ran them by you, but I guess just if any of these sound like deal breakers for you, let me know, or otherwise staff, I guess, will work to try to help make these come to fruition, these requests. But one has to do with the LOS related improvements, particularly at Bay and Willow, having that approval for that improvement run kind of parallel to the project. So not holding up your project, but having that get a little more vetted. Number one. Number two has to do with Willow Road and the Caltrans approval, and making sure that there's a stop along the way for some check-in or some opportunity for city to work with the applicant on that design, those designs. And then 3, having to do with the on-site circulation map approvals. And this is, I think what I said, I don't feel like I've had the opportunity to really review those to my comfort level. And if there's a way to bring those back at another time to look at the trade-offs potentially with some of those designs. So staff was gonna look into those types of requests. The bottom line is that transportation and circulation is a really critical topic for me. And I don't want to rush. We're trying to cover so many topics. If there's an opportunity to kind of take a deep breath and look at it kind of without rushing to something right now, that would be good. So I guess I'll ask you, Mr. Giametti, do you have any issues with any of those directions to staff that I'm seeking?
Well, with regard to the Willow Road study, I'm not sure I understand the question. I
I'm
thought
sorry, it's not the Willow Road study. It has to
Oh.
do with your approvals that you're looking for Willow Road, I believe.
Yeah. Mike, on behalf of Signature, Eric Morley, I think Eric Harrison could address this as well. There is a very coordinated process with the city. So it's the city Signature, and then so there is and Eric Harrison can address that.
Sure, thank you, Eric. Mayor Nash, there's a current condition in the CDP that requires staff to bring the plans of Willow Road for an update with City Council prior to our submittal with Caltrans. So it's a very early in the process for staff to check in and get, I assume, feedback from council prior to this advancing to Caltrans. And I believe any comments would be incorporated in those plans for consideration by Caltrans.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. So those then, I've said what I've said. I guess we talked about the shuttle, we talked about the diesel generator. I did make an ask for some event space considerations, and then for the applicant to cover the cost of a staff or a consultant, either an FT with the city or a consultant to help manage the project. Are there any issues with any of those?
On the MCS, the meeting collaboration space, I think what I don't want to do is outright agree and be in violation of any CEQA issues. But I would say that subject to security vetting and concerns, and subject to Meta's schedule, Meta is very open to having group events, but not like private weddings and such. It's not a it's not a venue like that. It's more like if the Mid-Penn High School wants to potentially have a graduation there, or there's a nonprofit or something that wants small gathering spaces. I think we can work with staff on that, but Meta wants to be a part of the community, and so
yeah,
that's a great one. In terms of this,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think just thinking, part of me wants to be like, oh, it's just good faith. And if you guys have availability, if we have a need, we'll work it out. But you might not be like, there might be different players in this.
Well, we can put something together, I think. Well, correct me if I'm wrong with city attorney. Between now and the meeting on the 30th, I think we can work. This isn't, I don't think, a hard one.
Okay, great.
And your second one is, we'd be happy to have a dedicated person working on the project, outside consultant, however you want to have it. So it allows your staff to do all the other things, housing elements and various things that you as a council would like them to do. That's for a project of this size, that is a normal thing to do, and we think both sides get benefit out of that because we have a dedicated person, and it frees up staff from having to always be working on this project.
Okay, great. And then lastly, just again, thanking you for your concessions. I was thinking more with the BMR affordable housing amount. I was thinking more like doubling at least the current offering, and you're going up, 20%. So maybe to meet somewhere, you're doing 3 and 3, maybe it's a 3-3-1 or something. So if there could be some more movement there. So again, it's a big issue. So, and if maybe it's 3-3-1, if it's a upfront thing.
Maybe we could look at, instead of a 10-year gap, a 5-year gap. So you've got 17 years on gap funding and maybe another 5, and we could take the present value formula on that and add 2 affordable housing. Because again, you're getting a generation worth of gap, and that's quite a bit.
Okay, I think I've said my piece on that for the night, and then, but I'm happy to see some movement happening. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Willison. And Mr. Giametti, I've got a few items. One is on the job fairs with the ongoing job training. It currently says that hold an annual job fair for residents of City of East Palo Alto. Program shall run for 5 years after the effective date, except for times of meta hiring freezes. I was wondering if it could be, if there's a hiring freeze, basically that there will be 5 job fairs. So if there's a hiring freeze, for example, this year, that it would, or whenever, basically it would skip that year, but there would be a total of 5 job fairs as opposed to 5 years. And if there's a hiring freeze.
That sounds
miss
very
a year.
reasonable. That sounds very
Okay.
reasonable. We can agree to that.
I thought so. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And then there's one which I've run by, well, basically, I think you and I've already talked about this, and I just wanted to see some, a little bit clearer language. And this is with the Willow Village phasing plan on Exhibit D, the footnote, where it says that office can increase by more than 25% at any office building. And you and I talked about that, and it was that the total number still remains the same. And I just want to see if we can put that into the document so that.
I think, well, I'll defer to your city attorney. I think it's already in there. But I'll do, well, and maybe our counsel may be texting me, but I think it's already in there. This was just meant to be for phasing, so that if, one building grew by a little bit as it relates to the phasing.
Totally understood. And that's, yes, sounds very reasonable. I just wanted to make sure it was very clear that that total amount was holding.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. I'm sorry. You were waiting for me. So yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
2 others. One is, and perhaps I should, using zero emission landscaping equipment, basically using zero emission equipment for construction whenever possible.
That's a hard one for me to agree outright. I'm not aware of what technologies are out there for every single bit of construction equipment, nor do I know what the cost implications are. So that's a really broad implication. I can say that we'll try and favor, to the extent reasonable and feasible, lower emission equipment, but I don't know that I can agree to zero emission as a blanket statement.
That's reasonable. Thank you. And then I would like to, the committee for Citizens Committee to Complete the Refuge had some asks that I think are quite simple and would like included. One is for the oversight of mitigation monitoring, that the city should receive the annual reports of these and other BSD, which very honestly, I don't recall what that means, BSD mitigations of the project. Yes, thank you. Bird safe design. that the city receives the annual reports. And another one is that if the reported findings are significant, there's discussions with the qualified experts who should determine what corrective mitigation is needed.
I'm going to let Eric Morley come on, but I believe you already will be getting those.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Eric Morley. Madam Mayor, yeah, on those, you or the city will be receiving reports every 6 months. And there is a mitigation measure already included that addresses monitoring and then adjustments based on those reports. So those are already included. You can confirm that though with your professional staff as needed, but I believe those are currently in the mitigation measures.
Thank you. And then another one was they recommend that night lighting images be captured now by a photographer skilled in night images, and recommend that once the atrium is built and fully lit, that night views again be captured for comparison with the pre-existing conditions.
Yeah, and I would defer to Mike or Eric Harrison on that item.
We just received that and we haven't had a chance to discuss that with our biologist, but we are, from a basic standpoint, we are implementing within the atrium and all of the adjacent lighting to the wetlands and sensitive resources to the north of our site. We would be incorporating dark sky lighting recommendations along with shielding all of the lights so that we don't have any spillage beyond 80 feet of our site.
And that is a mitigation measure that is within the project.
Thank you. Another one is the Willow Saucil, that they ask that the water flow be identified and if needed, appropriate mitigation actions be taken to ensure a continuing fresh water source.
Yeah, thanks.
So we've had some preliminary discussions with CCCR on that. That's a small wetlands that we're going to avoid that is not on our property. We don't know exactly. We've done a fair amount of analysis of the movement of groundwater on the site, but from the activities that we plan on doing of adding fill and putting in infrastructure, from a practical standpoint, none of that will be breaching below the existing ground surface. So we shouldn't have any detrimental impact on the current groundwater flows, if any, that are going to that site. We're not changing the hydrology by the activities on our site.
Thank you. And it sounds like from another request is we ask that the Saucil area be protected from night lighting. It sounds like you've got that covered with your prior statement. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Thank you. And their final comment was today about balloons and trash on a windy day going into the marshland, and that would be a problem, as I think we would all recognize. Is there?
Yeah, I can address that. There's a obviously active operation and maintenance program for that, to the extent, and we've obviously coordinated and collaborated with a citizens committee to complete the refuge, and that's something that we can address in terms of a balloon ban or something of that nature in terms of a condition of approval.
Thank you very much. That was it. Councilmember Taylor, do you have anything?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor Nash. And thank you, Mr. Gilmetti, Mr. Morley, and I'm sorry, I don't remember your last name, but thank you, the three of you, for all
Mr.
of
Harrison, he's a smart one.
Thank you all for your patience, and I will go down my list. It's up to you to decide if it's short or not. The first one is, and this is about actually the tunnel. It is stakeholder support, and this is another area of District 1 that was looking for a tunnel. and had a little difficulty getting, talking to the right person, I'll say. But just asking for your support around the second tunnel. So this is not the one that you're proposing, but it's one that's potentially in another project. And I can share more with you offline.
Oh, I'm happy to chat with you about that offline. I don't know what it is, but I'm happy to chat with you, and we want to be as supportive as we can.
Thank you. The next one is to, and I brought this up briefly earlier, and that is just to consider the new Bay Area Air Quality Management District guidelines as far as the new, I'm probably not using the right terminology, the new measures for air quality. There's a new number. It's no longer 60, it's 84. And I'm making up numbers right now, but just since the safety element, the noise ordinance, nothing has been updated, I'm asking you to consider the updated one that's coming in the new year.
Eric Harrison, can you help me with this?
I think maybe we should have our air quality consultant respond. I'm not familiar with the latest guidance that would be, you're referring to guidance that would be implemented in 2023?
We hope to have our housing element adopted with the new safety element and environmental justice element.
I think sitting here today, we can potentially agree if feasible and, without, significant extra cost to the project, but we certainly, want to help.
I appreciate you considering it. Thank you.
Through the mayor. Maybe Mr. Prada wants to jump in on this, but this was something, the BACMED's new guidance is not something we utilize for our thresholds. This was a decision we made a long, long time ago that we are grandfathered under prior standards. So I don't think that's something that the applicant is going to be able to work with us on, since it would require a change to threshold of significance. Kyle, jump in if I've misstated anything. It was a very long time ago.
So through the mayor, and I'll add a little bit more here. So I think one important distinction here is that the air district's updated thresholds were for greenhouse gas emissions, not air quality in terms of like particulate matter, reactive organic gases, or health risks. Is really about their updates were for greenhouse gases and climate change. And so this project doesn't use those thresholds, although it actually has a more stringent threshold than the air district's threshold for most components.
Thank you, Mr. Peralta. Is that the clean air plan that you're referring to? Because there's two pieces of this. One is the clean air plan, what I believe you just described. The other is the air quality of the neighborhood near the project. So I'm thinking about both, and I may not be using the right terminology or referring to the air district or what have you, but that was my intention, is to consider both project and then as far as the clean air plan, and then also the existing air quality in the neighborhood. Even though they may not be related, but it's still an impact I see.
So perhaps we do have our, maybe still at this hour, we still have, yes, Christy Black with ICF, who can probably speak to this a little bit more, but I do want to just, before turning it over to Christy, the CEQA analysis looks at the project's thresholds, which are slightly different than ambient conditions. The health risk assessment does take those conditions into account based on the data that were available at the time of the analysis. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Christy, who's patiently been waiting.
Yeah, I'm still with you. Thanks, Mr. Parada. So the clean air plan is evaluated in the EIR under the first impact in the air quality section. And one way that we do look at whether it's consistent with the clean air plan is still applying those BACMED thresholds, because those are tied to reaching attainment for air quality standards, which is also what the Clean Air Plan is meant to do. So there's some overlap in whether the project's both consistent with the Clean Air Plan and whether it meets the ACMID thresholds. So hopefully that clarifies.
It does. In the report, in our staff report, it says the Clean Air Plan from 2010, but I know there's a 2015 plan and a 2017 plan. So my assumption is the 2017 plan was used.
So the thresholds from BACMID are a 2017 document, which is separate from the Clean Air Plan. So there's a lot of different plans and thresholds. So I think 2017 is the threshold document and 2010 is the Clean Air Plan. I would have to check to be sure, but that's my memory.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a few more items on my list. Actually, Mr. Gilmetti, you actually covered it already. And that was regarding the trees. So there was an assumption that you were cutting down 800 trees, and I think people assume it was a 1-to-1 replacement, but you'll be planting, you said roughly 1,800 trees?
Correct.
And that's on the project site only?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I do have one other item. And that is it possible to have an auditor do the reporting for your trip count and have it reported to the city or to the city manager? And is that possible? Because I believe I read someplace, maybe I'm wrong, that it's self-reporting for the trip count.
I'm going to defer to someone smarter than myself again, Eric Harrison, if you're available.
Hello, Councilwoman Taylor. What has happened historically, and we're not involved in the day-to-day operation, is there's monitoring equipment that's established in specific locations that have been pre-agreed upon with staff, and that monitoring equipment provides real-time data to the city, and it also is the same data that our traffic consultant puts together on the annual reports. But the monitoring system that has been installed is actually controlled / administered by city staff.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. And that'll be the same system used for this project as well?
That's what is anticipated, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Mueller, do you have any questions that you'd like to raise at this point? It appears we might have lost Councilmember Mueller.
City Council Member Mueller, are you able to hear us okay? I still see you in the list.
All right, well, let's move on. And City Manager Murphy, is there anything that we should still cover? I know we at one point wanted to cover the action items, but it seems late.
Yes, Mayor, I would agree that it's late. That said, if there is any other feedback.
All right, we will go
It may just
through
be
it.
good to, I don't necessarily think you need to go through item by item, but if there is anything that anybody else is aware of, even if they could get it to staff, get any outstanding questions to staff before the next meeting, that'd be very helpful.
Very good. Thank you. And so this is specifically on the action items, appendix B through H. or anything else, but specifically on those action items. These are, I'm sorry, attachment. If there, yes, if you have any comments, if you have anything that will be, would be good for staff to know about as they proceed. Councilmember Taylor.
We can follow up with staff.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Giametti, is there anything that you would like us to cover at this point?
No, I think I got, I think we are very close, it appears.
Thank you so much. Mr. Parada, anything that,
No, not at this time.
thank you so much. Very much appreciate everyone hanging in here. We have, so we will move to the next item. And thank you so much to Signature and staff. And we'll move to the, I'm
the
sorry,
mayor.
we do have, yes, please.
Are you concluding this item and continuing it to a later?
Yes,
certain?
thank you so much. So at this time, we will continue this item to November 30th at 6 p.m. We've, the question was about public comment. The item is continued so that we do not take public comment. We can always decide to. So that will be a decision that we will make not at 1 o'clock this morning. But it is, thank you. No, it's a very good question. Appreciate that. Anything else from legal counsel? No. All right. Thank you so much. A lot of good work tonight. So next. All right, next we are moving to informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our informational items, H1, City Council Agenda Topics, or H2, the Police Department Quarterly Update, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, please complete a speaker card and return it to the clerk's desk. Right, this will be the final call for public comment on our informational items H1 through H2. Seeing no hands and no cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. And I actually forgot to thank one large group of people who's still with us, and that is all the members of the public, both in person and online. Thank you so much for your participation tonight. So now we will move on to City Manager's report with City Manager Justin Murphy.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any updates for this evening. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any reports from City Council members since the October 18th City Council meeting? All right. In that case, we are adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone.